Caitlyn Jenner is a very prominent, very reactionary, anti-trans, anti-queer trans person, right? And guess what? She pushed for Donald Trump to win. She was a big booster of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump did what? Well, Donald Trump turned around and engaged in some of the most heinous anti-trans executive orders we've ever encountered. Breaking news, Chiose comes out as straight. This is an inflammatory insinuation from an LGBTQ plus consultant likely involved. Wait, what? Chiose comes out as straight? Another LGBTQ plus consultant granted anonymity to avoid going to war with the mayor just yet noted a trend in Mamdani hurting the political aspirations of gay candidates like Assembly candidate Brian Romero by quietly supporting his previous opponent, Aber Kawas, and city council members Chiose by butting him out of a House race, Tiffany Caban ditto, and Crystal Hudson by not backing her early enough in the speaker race. Breaking news, Chiose, after being bullied by Zohran Mamdani, has been bullied into being straight. Zohran Mamdani bullied our boy into being straight. That's up. Shakira law in full effect. Do you think even with a negative public appeal, the possibility of Israel fully siding with Russia will maintain the relationship? No, that's not happening. There's no, oh my God. Without the United States of America, there is no like violent Israel. There is no apartheid state. I don't think you guys understand this. Zohran is making big business moves lately. Mayor Zohran Mamdani and former President Barack Obama are meeting in New York City today. A sit down that comes as Mamdani attempts to maintain a working relationship with the current commander-in-chief. This meeting is months in the making, but Mamdani's team made scheduling it sooner rather than later a key priority in the past few weeks, hoping to use it to extend momentum generated by his first 100 days in office, according to two sources. Plans for the meeting with Obama, a longtime target of Trump attacks, came together at a time when Mamdani's surprisingly chummy relationship with the current president is showing signs of strain. Obama is probably just promoting his Netflix show. My assessment on this is Obama should play a more active role in the party and not in the direction of whipping votes against the striving left flank, but instead in defense of it. That's what I think. How much is Obama charging for the meet and greet? Who knows? Mehdi Hasan with good criticism about AOC. A California assemblyman put out a 3-minute video about you being racist towards Vietnamese. I don't care, man. Sure, whatever, dude. Okay, yeah, you got me. All right. The California assemblyman is a MAGA guy, okay? He is the same guy that I'm yelling at. Buddy, if you're a right-wing shithead, I don't give a fuck about your feelings, okay? You can suck me from the back, too. It's so stupid. Be like, oh, yeah, this coming from this progressive woke libtard cannot go on. And that's why you should vote for Donald Trump, the least anti-Asian man in the country. Is that what the argument is? Like, shut the fuck up. You can disagree and even be vulgar with right-wing shitheads just because they come from an Asian background doesn't change. Like, you can't use that as a defensive mechanism when you're advancing the anti-DEI and the white supremacist agenda of the Republican Party. What are we doing here? It's so stupid. It's so funny because, like, we've seen this already. We know, like, it's the classic story of like minority groups tokenizing themselves under the altar of white supremacy over and over again to be like, wow, you're criticizing me? Well, I guess if you're criticizing me, well, I'm a black conservative. If you're criticizing me, that means you hate black people. It's like, no, I'm criticizing the conservatism. Like, it has nothing to do with your identity. You're the one who's trying to use your identity as a shield to be like, no, you have to be a white supremacist. You have to be aligned with white supremacists. You have to vote for Donald Trump. You have to be on board with this agenda. Here, after all, I'm a conservative, reactionary, far-right Vietnamese man saying that you have to do this. Okay, well, I don't think you have magical, mystical powers. Sorry. I'm going to treat you in the same way that I treat anyone. And if you are going to be a right-winger, if you're going to advance the white nativist agenda of Trump, then, you. Okay, sorry. What is this? I mean, I thought we were like woke 2 doesn't feature this stuff, right? This is woke one behavior, and liberals used to fall for this shit in woke one. And I think a big part of the reason why this stuff doesn't work anymore is because we saw the unlimited faucet of standpoint epistemology and marginalized identities being used as a defense mechanism for heinous crimes that Israel was committing for the last 2.5 years. It's like, well, wait a minute, you're attacking my comfort, genocide, apartheid state. How dare you? I'll have you know, it's the Jewish ethno state. You must hate all Jews. Like, no, I don't actually. I don't. You want me to say that, but that's not the case. I'm actually attacking this far right country that's doing heinous acts of violence. And the same goes for this shit. You can't be like, wow, this is heinous. Like, this is heinous. It's like, no, man, it's not actually. It's me shitting on a person that's pushing a agenda while also saying, look, how could I be? After all, I'm Vietnamese. It doesn't work that way, okay? It doesn't work that way. We know what this is. I know what this is. You also have every opportunity not to get duped by this shit. Okay? Yeah. It's empty. It's like totally hollowed out politics. I don't give a... Yeah, you want to know? Yeah, here's a great example of this, okay? Here's a great example of leopards eating my face. Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner is a very prominent, very reactionary, anti-trans, anti-queer trans person, right? And guess what? She pushed for Donald Trump to win. She was a big booster of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump did what? Well, Donald Trump turned around and engaged in some of the most heinous anti-trans executive orders we've ever encountered. Caitlyn Jenner, being a trans person, was not able to avoid some of that unnecessary cruelty. Now her passport gender identity has swapped back to male. Okay? Not the gender that she clearly is, okay? But instead, her assigned sex at birth. And she's trying to avoid it. She's literally trying to get a carve-out for herself. Caitlyn Jenner passport designation. This is a safety factor. I can't travel internationally anymore. I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago, wrote a letter explaining all this to him, how it's affecting me and a lot of other people. Oh, so the leopards are eating your face. I never thought that would happen. Now, the worst part about this is because these freaks are so goddamn wealthy, okay, that they still will abide by their class interests. So, like, she is unironically trying to just get a carve out just for herself and maybe a couple other select few people, and she probably was still gonna support Donald Trump. That's what's so crazy about this shit. Tokens get spent. Okay? Tokens get spent. We told you. We've been talking about this. I hate this shit, but it's a great parallel to this guy being like, whoa, I can't believe it, Hasan. You're so anti-Vietnamese refugee. You told a old Vietnamese Trump supporter to suck your dick. It's like, yeah, I did, okay? And I'll tell you to suck my dick too, okay? Shut the up. We're not doing this. We're not playing this game anymore. If you support Trump, then you, okay? If you're a right-wing Republican politician, okay, you can suck my dick too. You, okay? What is this? What do you mean? You're like, whoa. I was supporting Trump Vietnamese style. Like, it doesn't matter. You're still supporting Trump, okay? You're talking about a guy whose unaccountable thugs are literally kidnapping people that look like your relatives off of the streets right now. That's happening right now. And you're advancing that agenda. Suck my dick. What do you mean you clearly don't give a shit about, you're advancing it. I hate this. I hate this nonsense. It's so silly. It's such a silly thing that people do. It doesn't work, man. Who is this for? Anyway, and yeah, this is the alternative. This is exactly what takes place when you actually so aggressively petition for Trump, so aggressively push for Donald Trump and his reactionary fascist agenda, okay? They take your rights away. Wake up.
Recently, I had my passport. I had to get it renewed. I sent it back. Comes back, gender marker M. Screws everything up. So there's a form in there. If they made a mistake, you can correct it. So I fill out all the proper forms. I'm not calling anybody. I'm not calling the president. You know, I got.
No, they didn't. They did it on purpose. The cruelty is the point. That wasn't a mistake. That's actually what you voted for. That's actually what you petitioned for. That's actually what you aggressively demanded. Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened. You got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. The problem is the overwhelming majority of trans people did not want this. As a matter of fact, you might be one of like the 10 trans people in the country that was like, I'm going to vote for and actively demand others vote for the most anti-trans campaign and the most anti-trans administration that has existed in American history. And you got what you wanted. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, dude. Oh my God, how could the lepers eat my face?
Got his personal cell number. I'm not calling anybody.
I like
I'm to see if I
Hasan,
can
but sometimes
fix this
he needs
myself.
to wrap it up, take a week
it's
off,
not
bitch.
just about me. It's about all people in this situation, you know? So I even sent a hard copy of my birth certificate, Caitlin Marie Jenner, gender, sex, female. I did everything. And they sent it back M. They didn't change it at all. So now I'm in a position, Tommy, that what do I do?
Right.
This is a safety factor, okay? I can't travel internationally.
I've seen too many liberals being so excited to misgender Jenner. Yeah, I mean, that's also bullshit. I don't do that either. Like, that's the thing. I won't attack someone on their background. I will expose the contradictions of being someone who uses their like Vietnamese refugee status or someone who uses their trans status to hype up a dangerous right-wing anti-trans or anti-migrant agenda. Okay. I don't think it's an opportunity to, you know, it's not expanding the permission structure where you get to engage in the same kind of right-wing maneuvering, right? You can, however, talk about, you know, what it looks like to be a token for such a dangerous right-wing agenda and how that harm inevitably comes back to you. Yeah, this is the real chickens for KFC moment, okay? Yeah, Vietnamese diaspora in Orange County, by the way, Charlie Kirkway and Day, Westminster. They got conservative Viet diaspora got a street named Charlie Kirkway. Yeah. It's the same energy as saying you'll call ICE on your Latino Trump supporter neighbors. Yeah, I don't fuck with that stuff. As you guys know, I don't do that shit. Okay? This isn't even like holding back. This is just, you know, there's certain things that I'll do. Like I'll fat shame Randy Fine. You know what I mean? That's like, that in my opinion doesn't reach that same standard, but like I'm not going to engage in like broad reactionary cruelty just because someone is my ideological opponent.
Nationally anymore. Okay, I can't use my passport. I can use global entry. It says F. I can do this. I can travel in the United States. License, you know, driver's license, pilot's license, everything, gender marker F. So it really creates a big problem. And I'm trying to figure out at this point what to do. I don't blame President Trump. I love him. But for a lot of people, this is a huge issue, you know? Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of.
It's crazy. Oh, it's not just for me. It's for all these other people. Oh, all these other trans people that you threw under the fucking bus. Actually, I can't even say you threw them under the bus. It's like you drove the bus over them. Okay. Like you literally were driving. You were in the driver's seat. You were holding the steering wheel and you were steering the wheel in the direction of trans people and you ran them over. Okay. You were the bus driver. It's crazy. I didn't even realize that's a fucking pun because she did actually kill someone. She did run someone over. I didn't even realize that was, God damn, Caitlyn Jenner sucks so bad. She did literally kill someone with a vehicle. She engaged in vehicular manslaughter. Oh my God. I had forgotten about that. That's how much of a fucking psycho she is. that I forgot that she is also a murderer because of how much her like last decade of advocacy has been so geared in the direction of doing unlimited destruction to trans people.
Where I'm at right now, I have not talked to the president. I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago, wrote a letter explaining all of this to him, how it's affecting me and a lot of other people. And unfortunately, he wasn't there that weekend. Actually, the Secret Service guy said he could get it to him, put it on his desk and stuff. I haven't heard from him. He's kind of busy right now.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm working on it. It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. I really don't get the point of fat shaming Randy Fine. I don't give a fuck what size he is. No one else gives a fuck that actually cares about Randy Fine. Like, they care that he's a sick fascist fuck. Okay, guys, stop. Oh, every time I bring this stuff up, every time I talk about like, certain pejoratives that are otherwise deemed inappropriate in most circumstances being utilized, there's always people who want to sanitize language even further. Okay, I understand your argument. You're morally righteous. I get it. You're correct. Okay. They're not a Randy Fine apologist. They're just doing the argument against fat phobia and fat shaming in general. You're right. I'm a bad person. Okay. I'm just a bad person. I promise you. That's what it is. I'm just a bad guy. That's it. And I can't hold myself back from being a bad guy. All right. I know it's bad and I still do it. And yes, it's the same with using the term libtard. It's just saying the R word with extra steps. I know. Okay. You got me. I'm a bad person. And I also eat meat. Okay. I eat meat. I'm not a vegan. And that's also bad. It's immoral. I'm an immoral and bad person. Please. I'm imperfect. Anyway. I miss the time when insults only apply to the target. Yeah. This is ironically what Republicans exploit with regular frequency, by the way. The constant need to sanitize language, the constant demands from the left to hyper-focus on aesthetics. This is exactly what Republicans are exploiting, which is, part of this puzzle, part of this process of what I was talking about with respect to, how you get a right-wing reactionary guy who is like a Trump booster in Orange County, turn around and act as though they are woker than thou. They don't have to be woke at all. They can be a giant piece of shit, a total right-wing Republican reactionary monster. But as long as they can get enough people on the woke left to tune into their message and to reconsider their support for certain people or whatever, then they won. Right? They won. They won. They were able to successfully get you on board even for that moment, right? This is the whole point of the cynical weaponization of identity politics that only works towards your left flank. It only works towards your left flank because the further left you are, the more sensitive you are, the more virtuous you want your language to be, the more sanitized you want your language to be, because you care about these things. You don't want to offend people. You don't want to hurt people, right? And right-wingers know this, and they consistently weaponize it. That's it. They use it as a weapon. Meanwhile, by the way, here's an unfortunate development. We're still Pills Mafia, obviously, but Janet Mills suggests she would have voted with John Fetterman against a Democratic resolution to restrict weapons aid to Israel. Okay. I've heard people say that's why you're a liability to the Democratic Party, but I'm like, if you can't stand up to criticism of people who mostly agree with you, how will you ever survive in politics to begin with? Yeah. Pills Mafia, Janet Series, we're standing with Janet Pills Mills till the bitter end. I know the expectation here is that if you're a Mainer, you vote not for like the anti-Zionist, pro-Medicare for all candidate. He is, after all, he's got a bunch of red flags. It doesn't matter who he is now. It doesn't matter what he advocates for now. Obviously, we're still Pills Mafia all the way. We're pilled. We're Janet pilled. But yeah, it seems blue sky liberals have actually decided they're done with Mills as well. With Mills flaming out, blue skies rallying behind a write-in candidate for the U.S. Senate, Andrea LaFlamme. Andrea LaFlamme is running to replace Susan Collins in Maine. Hashtag Daily Beans Pod. Hashtag MSW Media. And the hosts are MullerSheWrote.com. And they're now trying to do a write-in candidate. Blue sky liberals have decided they have an excellent write-in candidate who people should really consider. Andrea, enthusiastic, and no baggage. Can someone inform the media in general that LaFlamme exists and seems to be an authentic progressive without known baggage? It's amazing how his apparent stupidity is a saving grace, ... for a Senate seat, ... for fuck's sake. Anyway, whenever he comes up, I'd like to mention Andrea LaFlamme instead, who's also in the race. I believe the really good one didn't qualify, Andrea LaFlamme. She may be running as a write-in. There's Andrea LaFlamme. She was on Daily Beans Pod and sounds good. Background in public health and union activity. Plattner has so many flashing red lights. The Nazi tattoo, the lying about the Nazi tattoo, the offensive comments about sexual violence, the use of the R word. If Mainers want authenticity, maybe vote for someone who is authentic and not an asshole. This is where Andrea LaFlamme says, me. Too old seems convenient when Mills is serving in office and no one has raised any alarms that her performance is affected by her age. Andrea LaFlamme is right there also. If Mills' age is such an impediment, vote for the other not a Nazi candidate then. It's not one or the other. She can win if you vote. He's getting ready to meet Hasan in the studio. Yeah, he is. I love this shit, okay? I love this shit. Keep posting it. Blue sky liberals, I am with you all the way. Please, I am with you all the way. Don't make fun. I mean, come on, man. Like, there is definitely a blue sky liberalism, right? There is definitely a real blue sky liberalism, like a slant of liberalism that's out there that's just like the aesthetics, none of the actual underlying principled stances that you're taking. Okay. And Blue Sky has been able to create this unique ecosystem where on the one hand you got the rad libs who are like, this guy has said the R word that's like, you know, disqualifying. We should vote for the centrist Democrat instead. And then you have the Maoist third worldists, the ultras who look to Grant Plattner's background, where there's a lot of red flags as far as like him being a machine gunner, you know, and Blackwater mercenary, and go like, no, that guy is a baby killer. We're the troop exploders. We will never vote for Grant Plattner. Now, what's really funny about it is most of these people don't live in Maine. You want to know why I know that? Because Grant Plattner is basically become an institution in Maine, okay? In the electoral cycle, since he announced his candidacy, he's just been putting the work and going and meeting people everywhere around the state. And it turns out everybody in the fucking state loves his ass. So it's really funny that everyone is just like chirping in the wind from outside of the state. And everyone inside of Maine is like, no, we love this guy. We absolutely love this guy. And I think it's important to identify why, okay? And I know why. I've told you why. It's because he says all of the right things. He is very good at communicating all of the angst, the anxiety, the anger that people feel. He's very good at tapping into that. And not only is he very good at tapping into that, he redirects that animosity towards the people who are actually responsible for it. This is what people said about Fetterman. I know. You can't get over it. Yes, he's John Fetterman. Yes. Who knows? What if he has a stroke? What if he actually has a stroke that makes him unbelievably conservative? Like John Fetterman had a long track record of advocacy for virtually every progressive cause. Okay. And then he had a stroke and he flipped on it to such a degree that his fucking wife was an undocumented immigrant, and now he's pro-ICE. And you guys are like, what if that happens again? I don't know, man. What if every single person that you vote for turns out to be a fucking white supremacist, and that like all of the left flank candidates that you're voting for, they all get hit with the CIA stroke gun, and every single one of them become unbelievably reactionary? I mean, I guess it could happen, right? It happened one time, so I guess it could happen again. Like the only thing that was bad about John Fetterman's background or the way he was communicating on certain issues was Israel, right? And a lot of people, myself included, thought that it was just a way to just get the DMFI off his ass. It turns out that was a genuinely held belief that he had, and obviously he got far more insane on that issue as well. He became almost single-minded on that issue. But like, it's just funny to think that like this guy wasn't already in politics in the state and hadn't actually defended certain values over and over and over again. And now he has gone back on all of those values. John fucking died. I literally knew him not well, but more than random chatters who were 6 when he was mayor of Braddock. Yeah. Like everybody always points to the neighborhood shotgun thing to be like, see, the red flags were there. It's like, I agree. That is a red flag. I mean, that's insane. He did that, except the guy who he chased with a shotgun literally was like, yeah, I get it. Like, what do you want me to say? The guy who he chased, the constituent who he chased with a shotgun at the time came out and was like, I actually like him quite a bit. He's been a pretty good mayor overall. I endorse him. No offense, but you're a terrible judge of character. Yes, you guys, on the other hand, are excellent judges of character. You got it. You're right. The point I'm trying to make is it's an impossible standard to apply, or rather, it's a universal standard. It's a universal standard you can apply to every politician. You should just never vote ever again because, God forbid, a person that you vote for, a person that you door knock for, could turn out to have a stroke and become unbelievably reactionary. One of the worst, most right-wing candidates, you know? You should just never vote, right? Like, that's the whole point. The most ethical thing to do is to never vote and to also get other people to not vote either, right? Like, that's the argument you're making. I'm sorry, Sam, but I'm an immigrant. I don't know too much about politics in the U.S. years ago, but was the fucking ogre someone actually worth and advocating and writing for, like, ever? Buddy, his wife was an undocumented immigrant. He was one of, in Pennsylvania politics, the 2 issues that he was bad on was fracking, but that was like, you know, a given for Pennsylvania politics, and also Israel, which wasn't like as bad in comparison to the rest of Congress. He was just the same as like every other Democratic politician at the time who was like, yeah, Israel's our reliable ally. Like, come on, don't criticize Israel too much. And this is in Pennsylvania, and this was many years ago. So it was like what made him interesting was the fact that he was unbelievably progressive on everything, very publicly, as a matter of fact. Ossoff is kind of spitting right now, but I've seen that he's all over AIPAC Tracker. He's saying a lot of the right things, and I know he expressed interest in him as a political figure thoughts. I don't even want to talk about Ossoff right now. To be honest, he was like a top 5 what I want to be the future of the party politician in the whole country. Yeah. It's also really funny because like everyone does this, and I don't even fault you for it. Okay, I don't even fault you for it, but like we all do this thing where we look at things with today's vision, okay? We look at things with a lot of hindsight, and it's very funny to do this all the fucking time. It's very funny to do this all the time, especially to someone who was there when these things were happening, and you know, I covered a lot of this stuff, right? It's just, I was there. I had the same politics that I do now. You probably didn't. You probably weren't even fucking tuned into what was going on at that point. every time people compare someone to like a John Fetterman, it's an irrational fear because it's a standard you could apply to every single politician. Chatters are so desperate to believe they're in control of their own thoughts and a stroke couldn't just turn them into a right-wing ghoul. They're wrong and it's too scary to accept. Yeah. I don't even like Plattner, but saying Plattner's going to be a Fetterman while his opponent is like, I love Fetterman, and he's saying, yeah, we don't need another Fetterman in the Senate. Janet Mills suggests she would have voted with John Fetterman against the Democratic resolution. And Grant Plattner's like, I don't think we need another John Fetterman in the Senate. And everyone's like, he's going to be a John Fetterman. This is a classic John Fetterman move. Unfollowing just in case you get a stroke and become Hasan Fetterman. True. I mean, that's real. That could happen. You know, I got 13 years of progressive, socialist, anti-imperialist advocacy. But who knows? What if I fucking stroke out of nowhere and become right-wing? You can't never trust anybody. You know, don't even trust yourself. You never know. You're one stroke away from John Fettermaning out, you know? Never vote for anybody ever again. Anyway. Yeah, where was I? What were we talking about? All right. So, do I trust the voices in my head? Don't even trust the voices in your head, chatter. Don't trust nobody. Not even the voices in your head, okay? I'm shivering. That's true. How do I unfollow myself? You get ahead of it by stroking out, okay? You get ahead of it for yourself, and then that's how you basically accelerate the process of becoming a Fetterman. The John Fetterman fear is a little bit like the mental illness that is transvestigations. Because at the end of the day, like the maximalist position as a transvestigator is the assumption that you yourself are trans, right? Because you have no guarantees. What if your parents secretly transmogrified you, you know? And it's the same thing. Like, what if I'm John Fetterman? Oh my God. The only way to test that theory out is to trigger a stroke for yourself and become John Fetterman. Yeah, Fetty Wap Man. John Fetty Wap Man. All right. Speaking... I don't know. I don't have a good segue. Let's just get to the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. The Hormuzzi is tight. It's impenetrable. Many people want to penetrate it regardless. And Iran is saying, no, you shall not cross. Okay. That's where we're at. Let's get started. It turns out everything that Donald Trump said yesterday was a lie. It turns out that the Hormuzzi is still closed.
The Strait of Hormuz is back under its strict control. Just one day after Iran announced the strait is completely open, Tehran now claims control has returned to its previous state until the U.S. ends its blockade on Iranian ships. But Trump has said that blockade stays in place until a deal is reached.
Will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete.
This comes as President Trump warns attacks on Iran may continue if a deal isn't reached by the end of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. It expires in just 4 days.
Maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately we'll have to start dropping again.
The president also walking back his claims that the strait is completely open, posting the waterway as, quote, open and or rapidly opening. This critical passageway for 1/5 of the world's oil has been closed for weeks, sending oil prices surging. This satellite image showing some of the 700 ships and tankers stuck in the Persian Gulf. After these announcements, the situation is unclear. Data from Friday showed about 24 ships started to way through the strait than most found. Trump is also claiming Iran has agreed to give up their enriched uranium and work with the U.S. to bring the material back to the U.S.
We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators.
But Tehran flatly rejects that, saying Iran's enriched uranium is not going to be transferred anywhere under any circumstances. Late last night, Trump said negotiations will be happening with Iran over the weekend, but even if a deal is quickly reached, Gio, economists warn it could take months for gas prices to come down to where they were before the war began.
All right, Selena, thank you for your reporting from Washington.
سخنگوی قرارگاه مرکزی خاتم الانبیا اعلام کرد در پی بدعهدی مکرر آمریکا وضعیت تنگه هرمز به حالت قبل یعنی کنترل شدید برگشت و این تنگه راهبردی تحت مدیریت و کنترل قرار دارد. بنابر اعلام سخنگوی قرارگاه مرکزی خاتم الانبیا، ایران پیرو توافقات قبلی در مذاکرات صورت گرفته و با حسن نیت با عبور شمار محدودی از کشتی‌های نفتکش و تجاری از تنگه هرمز به صورت مدیریت شده موافقت کرد، اما آمریکایی‌ها با بدعهدی‌های مکرر مسبوق به سابقه همچنان به راهزنی و دزدی
Yeah, it's because America did not stop its naval blockade outside of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's the reason why they were saying, like, okay, well, you're not abiding by the ceasefire, so it's back on. There was also a little bit of drama between Abbas Sayed Arakshi and the IRGC in the way that Abbas had communicated, the foreign minister of Iran had communicated that the Strait of Hormuz was open for business, unimpeded. Everyone could go through as long as they went through the IRGC standards, which caused a little bit of chaos internally as well. The IRGC said you have to think before you speak. You can't be talking like this, and that the Strait of Hormuz is not open. All this stuff, because he said completely open. And that was what was frustrating for the IRGC. So I think it was Tasnim maybe that kind of scolded him very publicly.
دریایی تحت عنوان به اصطلاح محاصره ادامه میدهند. سخنگوی قرارگاه مرکزی تا زمانی که آمریکا به آزادی کامل تردد شناورها از مبدأ ایران به مقصد و از مقصد به مبدأ ایران پایان ندهد، وضعیت تنگه هرمز به شدت کنترل و به حالت قبلی باقی میماند.
I think on an objective level, the worst thing the Strait being closed has caused, the world cause, is the fact that Northern Lion said he canceled the Super Cruise in part because of the Strait's closure. Just keep it closed. There's no point in anything anymore. I agree. Guys, I know a lot of you were very excited. I myself was very excited as well. As I told you over and over again, I was one of the secret guests on the Northern Lion Super Cruise. And yes, this has devastated me, as I'm sure it's devastated many others, that we were going to transit the Strait. Like, we were planning on pushing through. And now, I mean, what can you even trust at this point, right? Like, if you can't trust to get MPreg at the Northern Lion Super Cruise, like, what can you even look forward to, right?
در صفوفی متحرک دوشادوش دیگر مجاهدان نیروهای مسلح با دو ارتش رأس جبهه کفر و استکبار.
Call your reps chat for the cruise. Yes. Call your congressional representatives. And also call your politicians in Canada. Call your politicians in Iran. I mean, these are the key countries that are responsible for the Northern Lion Super Cruise, you know? Canada, Iran, the United States of America. Let's try to make this happen, y'all. Let's do it. Let's try to make this happen. Obama just heard about the cruise. Michelle and the girls are gutted. Hope everyone's having a great day.
And pussy too.
I hope you people are happy. You just couldn't keep your little jokes and memes to yourself, could you? Now, the one thing I was looking forward to most has been canceled. I'm never going to get my Super Cruise t-shirt. I'm never going to lose my virginity. This is Cruise Captain Obama and be like, let me be steer. Let me steer. I already contacted my MP about the cruise. Hopefully he forwards it to King Charles. Good luck, chatter. I believe in you. I believe in democracy. I believe in the democratic process. I believe in the Northern Lion Super Cruise. Yeah. I'm out of the loop. Why is Northern Lion being brought up? Well, because he is someone who he's someone who has a firm commitment to making sure that all the waterways are navigable and unimpeded and open. He I don't know why. He's a guy who loves to play, silly crossword puzzles and stuff on stream, but then that's the one thing that he really cares about is just making sure that that waterways all around the planet are kept open unconditionally. He is the Singapore of streamers. Yes, exactly. It's the cornerstone of his commentary. I don't know why, but that is just something that he really cares about. And apparently he loves cruises. Every morning he does an update on international shipping. Chatters need to get in before the notification. Yeah, this is the thing that he cares about the most. I don't know why. He just really cares about this. And I think that's He's like the lemonade stand of free trade. I thought lemonade stand was the lemonade stand of free trade. They are the free trade boys, aren't they? But yeah, international waterways has been a long-standing passion in his life. A cornerstone. Is that him on screen? Yes. This is Northern Lion. Yeah. And yeah, he was... I mean, he's also been a big booster of the Ansar Allah movement until they implemented the Red Sea blockade, and that's when he actually had a big political fissure. He was on board with the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen until they did the Red Sea. He's obviously anti-genocide, but he couldn't stand, like, the higher priority for him was that the Ansar Allah was blocking shipping from taking place in the Red Sea and the Bab el Mandeb Strait. And that was devastating for him. He's gonna kill you for this. Yeah, this is the Eastern Lion Tola, the Lion of Tehran.
پنجه در پنجه درافکنده و ضعف و مذلت آنان را در انظار جهانیان
And has exposed the weakness and humiliation before the world, just as the army's drones hit American and Zionist criminals like lightning. Its brave navy stands ready to make its enemies taste the bitterness of new defeats. Dushman.
What do we know as to what's happening right now in the Strait?
Yeah, interesting as well, listening to the president saying that his
Northern Lion had another accidental Nazi moment again. Wait, what? Really?
Stop with this. Stop with the 1488 damage, okay? I've got enough problems in my life.
Oh, no.
Stop with the 1488 damage, okay? That's 2 times in a row. You've made your point. Best airplane movie is Flight. I literally watched Dunkirk on a plane. I don't give a bro. Turbulence still kind of makes my hands sweaty, though. Anybody else get turbulence on the airplane and then check their Galaxy Watch to see what their heart rate's like? No, but I will now. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please fasten your seatbelts. We're countering a little bit of choppy air. Me going into my settings. Okay, turn on continuous heart rate monitor. Turn on.
He's getting Blue Sky canceled. Oh, no. I do feel like Northern Lion has a unique audience where his audience is almost entirely aligned with my commentary ideologically, but they don't with me at all. Half of them are HasanAbi heads, and then the other half are people who are like, Hasan is the most dangerous reactionary that has ever existed in American politics and perhaps around the globe, and must be shot and killed in order for us to have, to continue having normal conversations on the internet. Like, straight up, like, half are just like, oh yeah, Hasan, I love that guy. I watch him after you're done, Northern Lion. And then the other half are like, if you watch Hasan, you should go to jail. You should literally be in prison for watching the most dangerous person in American politics. Same with what's his face? There's a couple different communities. Yeah, like Germa's audience. Germa's audience, 100% trans, 50-50 split on whether or not I should be thrown in prison. Very weird. I don't know why I have this kind of impact on so many different communities. Squeaks fans with you heavy? Yeah, Squeaks fans 100% support though, I think. With the Wubby fans, that makes more sense. With the Wubby fans, that makes more sense because Wubby is like edgy. And so you have like the dirtbag leftists that watch Wubby, but then you also have like the actual right wingers. So like that makes a lot more sense that Wubby's fans would be like, I hate Hasan. It's because so many people in this community love norms. If you're not a norms lover, they're going to hate you. So many people in this community love norms. Yeah. I have a very leftist friend that I can quote you to and she'll agree on every issue. But if I tell her it's your quote, she'd go into a psychotic breakdown. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know what I stand for and have just been duped by clips. There's a big clip economy out there, and it is what it is. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And now neolibs on Threads are saying you're showing your true colors by backing a billionaire and Steyer.
Is not going to be held hostage by Iran. He did say that he thought things were going along well. I think everyone thought about 5 or 6 hours ago. Since then, the Iranians have appeared to attack 2 shipping vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. One tanker just off the coast of Oman, so very close to the Strait of Hormuz, said it was 2 IRGC, Iranian gunboats came at it and didn't talk to it on the radio, literally opened fire on this tanker. The crew and the vessel are reported safe. And then about 2 hours later, in the same area, an unidentified projectile hit a container ship. Some of the containers damaged. No fire, no environmental damage. But this comes just hours after the Iranians said they were reversing.
Langium, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Their opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard a lot of pushback from hardliners in Iran saying that that move is too soft and that they are not responding well to the fact that President Trump said that the U.S. blockade would remain in place. Iran accuses the United States here of not following through on its obligations on the ceasefire. So we've gone from a point of early this morning where things looked like they were moving along well, talks getting close, people talking about potential of talks here in Islamabad in a couple of days, Iranians upping the ante. And I think perhaps that gets to what the president said. He's not going to be held hostage, and he said he's expecting an update on the situation.
Damn, bro, Islamabad don't got that 5G. What the hell? See, if Turkey was the table, this guy would be able to broadcast uninterrupted. You know what I'm saying? This is, hey, listen. All I'm saying is, why not Islamabad?
Later today.
Nick, how much of this has to do with the situation in Lebanon with Israel, or are these events concentrated based on concerns over the strait itself?
Absolutely. The Iranians are...
Don't fucking say that. Pakistan's stronger than Turkey. This is true. That's why I'm jealous.
Opening the Strait of Hormuz was based on the fact that they saw President Trump and the Pakistani negotiators, the field marshal here, Munir, get this ceasefire in Lebanon. That was a big part of moving things forward. But the Iranians, they then did a quid pro quo and opened the Strait of Hormuz because, of course, they wanted that ceasefire in Lebanon. They thought there'd be a positive response from the White House. That's what they're saying. What we've witnessed is a negative response in Iran to President Trump's response. We've even seen internal tensions in Iran between the hardliners and the moderates. The moderates are the ones who were in the negotiations. The hardliners have been saying that, had been threatening to reclose the Strait of Hormuz. They've gone ahead and done that. Their gunboats appear to be attacking maritime vessels, tankers, container ships close to the Strait of Hormuz. So the two things are interlinked, but we're now back to the bigger issue here of U.S.-Iran tensions. Do we the talks, or does this latest escalation at the Strait of Hormuz, does it scuttle all of that?
The president said that we'll know more later today, and I imagine that will be the case. Nick Robertson in Islamabad, thank you for that report.
This latest
Also, Israel's #1 dick rider after Senator John Fetterman is Lindsey Graham. Senator Graham posts a wall of text about the Iran war in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians have provided us with a lot of information to learn from over the past 24 hours if we choose. What have I learned? About 24 hours ago, the foreign minister, the guy in the suit, declared the straits open with full passage. Last night, the IRGC, the guys with the guns, attacked the container ship and said the straits were closed. Here's what I've learned. The guy in the suit is not in charge. It's the guys with the guns who are in charge. They are the IRGC, who are the Iranian equivalent of the SS/Gestapo, an important distinction. Okay, let's be real. If they were ideologically similar to the SS, you would be on board with them. You're fucking Lindsey Graham, okay? Let's be real. If they were ideologically similar to the SS and Gestapo, you would probably be on board with everything they're doing and everything they're saying. You have never met a Nazi that you don't glaze. Okay. We miss this distinction at our own peril. I have all the confidence in the world that President Trump will not let this provocation go unchallenged and will continue to push for a quick resolution through diplomacy or otherwise, ensuring that the United States and the world will control the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Over 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that could be used to make a dirty bomb or quickly enriched to become weapons-grade material is completely removed from Iran. The Iranian missile and drone program will be limited. Their support for terrorist organizations will come to an end, and there will never, ever be a path in the future for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon by being allowed to enrich uranium. Like many other countries, Iran can have peaceful nuclear power, but no enrichment. How this conflict ends will determine the stability of the region and the world for decades to come. Due to President Trump's strong leadership through imposing the blockade and our brilliant military, over time, we have all the cards. Do you think Donald J. Trump is doing this back and forth and lying about the Strait being open because he wants somebody to get sunk so he can guilt more EU parties into the fold? Or do you think it's dementia? I don't fucking know, dude. It's impossible to make an assessment on Trump's mental faculties, okay? He is just an unstable moron. I think Donald Trump, regardless of how things unfold on the ground, is first and foremost trying to manipulate the markets and trying to present his position as the one that has all the cards. Like, he wants to act as though he's in control. He wants to act as though he's dominating. We've seen that over and over again with the buildup to this negotiations process, where like there have been so many articles that have come out from reputable institutions like the Financial Times to institutions that are less reputable, like the New York Times, that have openly stated that the side that was trying to come to the ceasefire table, the negotiations process, was the United States of America, and that Iran was not invested in the negotiations process, and that they were firm and committed to making America abide by their 10-point ceasefire negotiations. And that remains to be the case. If the U.S. was not realistically planning to end the war during that time frame, the 2-week ceasefire was a huge mistake. The Iranian strategy has always been to rely on time to leverage its impact on the global economy, even if it meant having to endure attacks while that happened. If the issue is not resolved, the ceasefire just gave Iran an additional 2 weeks of leverage for free. It allows Americans to tighten the blockade. It doesn't do anything. Tightening the blockade only means double block. Hello? The whole point of the ceasefire process is to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? It's so strange. If the purpose of the ceasefire was to literally open the Strait of Hormuz, and America's brilliant technique here was to double block the Strait of Hormuz, then they're not accomplishing their goal of opening the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't make any sense. It is the fighting equivalent of punching yourself in the face, or if you're doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, actively choking yourself out before your opposition chokes you out. And then being like, haha, this was a brilliant technique. I am the one who choked myself out. It doesn't make any sense.
Escalation could mean big issues for oil and gas prices. So let's discuss now with Yahoo Finance correspondent Ben Worschel. Ben, good morning to you. Obviously, the impact, the consequence of these Iranian gunboats firing on a tanker go beyond that exchange. It's the chilling, as Nick said, of any willingness of any of the other companies to send their vessels through. Fit this piece of the puzzle into what has been clear as mud over the last 24 hours about the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I think chilling is the right word here, and this is a chill that's been in evidence even through all these ups and downs from the shipping industry, even with this announcement of an opening of the Strait of Hormuz. These latest developments in the last hour will clearly amplify that further. But the shipping industry has been very wary, even as oil prices have come down, of increasing their shipping through. We've seen ships start to come through and then turn around. We've seen a few, as Nick mentioned, a cruise ship getting through, but that is sort of more of the exception rather than the rule at this moment. Prior to the war, it was over 130 ships that would pass through the Strait of Hormuz on a given day. Now we're hoping for sort of 20 on a given day, and we're not even there yet. So what I'm hearing a lot from the shipping industry is that this is going to be a long road back, even in a best case scenario here of a Strait of Hormuz, some sort of level of reopening. Obviously, the last couple hours have made that even more difficult, but this is going to be a long road back with hundreds and hundreds of ships still stuck on either side of the strait.
Yeah, those vessels, and we can put the map back up, they're not moving on rhetoric, right? They need some proof, they need some security. The oil prices yesterday certainly moved on rhetoric. Brent crude down 9%. Around $90 or so a barrel. I wonder, is the expectation that after what we saw today, that the inverse is going to happen?
It could be, yeah. We will the oil prices. We won't know sort of how the oil prices move for a little bit, given it's the fact that it's the weekend. But the ships are simply not going to move until there's a lot more clarity on this. Another aspect of this that's important is that even this opening of the Strait of Hormuz from the Iranian side has been couched as towards the end of this ceasefire. That ceasefire is set to end on Wednesday, and even President Trump has talked in the last day about resuming bombing after that. So these shippers need a lot more about whether they can pass through, whether they can get the insurance to get through, and kind of increase the oil flows that were to pre-war levels. We're a long ways from that. And even if we see a lot of good developments in the last week, it's going to be weeks and weeks after that before we kind of see markets fully stabilize on this.
All right, Ben, let's talk gas prices. The president was in Nevada talking up the economy. By the way, $4.99 a gallon in Clark County. Nationally, the average this morning, according to AAA, is $4.06. Here's the president talking about the economy, his narrative on gas and the economy at large.
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails. In the report released last week, core inflation was down to the lowest level in 5 years, and very shortly we're going to be probably 8 or 9 years. Don't forget, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel, the energy prices. We had the best economy in the history of our country in my first term, and we're blowing it out now. We're blowing it away now. And despite our little diversion to the lovely country of Iran.
Yeah, and the president also saying that, prices on gas are going to come falling down. The initial narrative from the White House was short-term pain for long-term gain, and now it sounds like it's shifted to what pain? Yeah, and exactly. And I think that the price of coming down of gas is going to be a long-term process here. There's an economics terms called rockets and feathers, where prices at the pump shoot up like a rocket. I think everyone who's had to fill up their car in the last months has seen that aside, but then it comes down much more slowly, like a feather going down. That's been a problem for presidents for years. And Biden felt it almost exactly 4 years ago with the invasion of Ukraine, with high prices there. And I think we're going to be talking about that a lot all the way through the summer. There's new projections from Gas Buddy that talk about, the prices now are over $4 a gallon, but even early estimates there of a best case scenario. And I think the developments this morning cast further doubt on that. Only $350 a gallon gas by the end of the summer. That's months and months away. 380 as the summer begins. So this is going to be, the projections are a very slow process down for gas prices if we're looking at the history here, and one that I think will be frustrating for the White House, hoping for this rapid fall, and I think frustrating for folks who are planning their summer travel as well. All right, Ben Worshko, thanks so much.
Well, our military analyst, Sean Bell, is here to provide a different perspective on things. Hello again to you, Hasan. Sean. It feels like significant developments over the last hour. We knew before we came on air this morning, Tehran was closing the strait.
You're tired of winning so much? Me too, man. I loved winning until Trump started winning so hard that I was like, please, sir, no more winning. Wait, is this like AI or is this actually Galibaf speaking directly? Speaker of Iran's parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, it is impossible for others to pass through the Strait of Hormuz while we cannot. In a televised conversation, he said, "Dear people of Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is under control of the Islamic Republic. We responded decisively to the U.S. attempt at mine clearing and consider it a violation of the ceasefire. The situation escalated to the point of conflict, but the enemy retreated. In Islamabad, I told the American delegation that if their mine clearer moved even a bit forward from his position, we would definitely fire upon it. They requested 15 minutes to get orders and then retreated. If there is traffic in the strait today, control of the strait is in our hands. The Americans have declared a blockade for several days. This is a reckless and ignorant decision. It is impossible for others to pass through the Strait of Hormuz while we cannot. If the U.S. does not lift the blockade, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz will definitely be restricted." A note on Galibaf's Telegram account said the full details of this conversation, which addresses various aspects of the country's situation, will soon be broadcast on the news network. U.S. Navy plans to board Iranian-linked ships. China will get the express pass. What the hell? U.S. military prepares to board Iran-linked ships in coming days, official says. Seize commercial ships in international waters. The planning comes as the Iranian military continues to tighten its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, attacking several commercial vessels on Saturday as it declared the waterway being strictly controlled by Iran. The development sent shipping companies. I thought it was open. America engaging in more piracy to force open the Strait of Hormuz is crazy. I don't know, because most of the Iranian tankers, both in its shadow fleet and also openly flagged tankers that are going through the Iranian ports, are going to China. So not exactly certain as to how this is going to work without America directly attacking China. But having said that, they are pretty crazy. So America's pretty crazy, man. We've gotten increasingly more crazy. If the war restarts, likely, do you think there's a possibility that Jordan gets invaded by Iraq on their way to Israel? Jordan is playing quite an important role, housing both Israeli and U.S. Troops. I don't know about that. I don't know how much smoke the Iraqi militias have. But what I have to say is this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war.
Yeah, that's what I have to say about everything that's going on. But America is taking the exact opposite stance, where they're saying, no peace, just war, just war, just guerra, si guerra, just war, no crazy peace.
We're getting reports that last hour that some of the vessels were coming under gunfire. We understand that to be IRGC gunboats firing on vessels, and the Supreme Leader, who we haven't heard very much from, now posting on Telegram that Iran's navy is going to be inflicting bitter defeats on its enemies. What's militarily, how does this feel to you? Does this feel like a significant escalation?
Well, the short answer is no. And the danger of saying that when there's gunfire and everything may mislead people. But by context, I mean, the Strait of Hormuz was closed by the Iranians, then America's trying to open it, then Iran's opened it, and America is sort of still closing it, because the Iranians have said the blockade that America has in place really isn't part of the deal. And therefore, when it was open, we were seeing a flow of traffic around the Strait of Hormuz, this live tracker, which we've regularly been following. But of course, when, as you say, the Iranians said it was going to be closed, you're now the Iranians. You've actually seen now quite a lot of this traffic moving around. The green is cargo, the red is oil tankers, and therefore you want to stop that traffic. Now, the way to do it, rather than just say something, some of these vessels are really big. They've got a lot of momentum, $100 million worth of oil.
You can't turn around.
You can't just turn them around quickly. Some of the vessels can, but some of them can't. And therefore, you've got to make sure that you believe there's a credible action. Now, there's lots of different reports coming out, but the common ground at the moment is that one vessel has reported that 2 IRGC gunboats opened fire and potentially hit the ship. Now, that in itself, if they were genuinely serious about taking down shipping, you'd have anti-ship missiles and all sorts of other things. This feels much more like a very overt threat that we are serious, so that vessels that are on their way through just get out the way. Any other vessels turn around, and we're already seeing evidence of that happening. The fact that Mujtaba Khamenei has also turned around and said, our navy, that was destroyed. In other words, it's not destroyed, will wreak havoc. I think all of that is still all about positioning for the potential for peace talks, because you remember President Trump has said, Iran doesn't control the Strait, we do, and that's why they've got down here their blockade. But actually, Iran's going around and saying, no, we do control the Strait. We weren't going to close it again, but actually you haven't got rid of the blockade. We can close it and we can demonstrate that power. This is all about power play in advance of that conversation.
Well, let's talk about that, because if you follow the trajectory of what has happened, and we wind forward to Tuesday night, Wednesday, when these talks are going to be hopefully going ahead, what are the broad contours that you see of that negotiation?
Well, for me, the big picture is that are both sides motivated to get some sort of deal? And I think the answer is yes. Iran doesn't want to see this continue, neither does America. The challenge, of course, is time. I think Iran's patience will last a lot longer than President Trump's, and therefore Trump desperately wants to see something. Now, we saw a flurry of 7 tweets or truths in a row within an hour overnight. And the parliamentary speaker of the House turned around from Iran and said not one of them was true. Clearly, both sides are positioning that there'll be some sort of deal. By way of context, nuclear is the core of this. The last time this was all discussed, it took 18 months, 20 months to come to a deal. This is not going to be solved in a matter of hours. I think what's increasingly been talked about is a memorandum of understanding. That sounds typically vague, doesn't it? But it might be that that provides the platform for President Trump to walk away and declare victory, take his hands out of this particular mangle, Iran to turn around and claim victory, and then potentially the international community, we've been hearing about that the last couple of days, particularly with Trump, with Keir Starmer and Macron working together. Maybe they can therefore find a way of getting rid of the mines, getting normality back to the Strait.
All right, Sean, thank you.
So it's day 50 of the Iran war. Straits of Hormuz, long been a centre of this conflict, has been closed since the start, was opened up in response to the ceasefire being called in the Lebanon. Although the Iranians claimed it was fully open, which on the left-hand side they claim it was, if we look at the screen itself, the actual minefield that was positioned here meant they had to route traffic, and it clearly wasn't open to all the American forces either. But at 9:30 today, the Iranians announced that it was now closed, largely due to a US blockade that's out over the Persian Gulf. By early afternoon.
I saw this on TikTok, but I didn't actually end up watching it. Clippers just be making fake captions for no reason at all. Yeah. Do we even believe the mine narrative? I mean, Golubov has made it seem like there is mines there. I don't know. It's strange because there are inconsistencies on whether or not there were mines there at all. So could be a bluff. I don't think there are mines there, but now Golubov is speaking like there are. Golubov sounds like a wise old wizard. In some ways, he might be. There are. I put some there last night. Oh, we got a Hormuzer in the chat. Member of the IRGC Navy.
Today, there were reports that a tanker had come under fire in the Straits of Hormuz. 2 IRGC gunboats were allegedly responsible for that. We understand that there were no casualties and no damage to speak of from the vessels. But it was clearly a demonstration of Iranian threat. But of course, some of the vessels, when you look at the strait not being open, there's still a few vessels around. Some of these are pretty large. They've got some momentum, and it would take a while to clear. But the Iranians just making very clear that their threats are sincere. It was followed by an announcement by Mujtaba Khamenei to say that the Iranian Navy would inflict a bitter defeat on any vessels going.
Do you think Mujtaba is still alive? I don't know. What I do know is the Patriots are in control. Okay? Whether Mujtaba is alive or not doesn't necessarily matter here. The Patriots are in control. Okay? That's what is something that even Lindsey Graham has openly and readily admitted. The guys who have their hands on the guns are the guys who are running the show.
Going through the region. All of this, though, is a demonstration that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, not, as President Trump had claimed, America, and also not, as President Trump had claimed, that actually Iran had said that they wouldn't close the strait again. So where does this leave the prospect of peace talks? Well, the ceasefire is due to end on Wednesday. Negotiations will probably be conducted over the weekend, but unless the peace talks start again on Monday, very little prospect.
Are you saying Americans are Iranians when you say Patriots? No, I mean the IRGC is in control. I'm making a joke.
Of peace. Now, Trump has always claimed that Iran has no cards to play in this negotiation. But the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, all of which show that Iran has a significant amount of leverage. President Trump overnight issued a whole series, 7 tweets, 7 social media outbursts in an hour. That prompted the Iranian Secretary of Parliament to turn around and say none of those were true at all. So on face value, it looks like there's a significant gap between the two sides, between Mujtaba Khamenei and President Trump. But it is clear that both sides are motivated to get to some sort of peace deal. America will be focused on the nuclear program and also the enrichment of uranium, and will probably use unfreezing Iranian assets and also the prospect of sanction time. But from the Iranian side, time is clearly on their side. President Trump needs an off-ramp and much quicker than the Iranian leader does.
What doesn't make sense to me and I guess I'm getting duped by the madman style of posturing that Trump engages in, is that he's acting like time is on their side. Time is on the American side and not on the Iranian side. The way he's moving, the way he's maneuvering, feels to me like he doesn't give a shit if the global economy implodes, and that any kind of respite, any kind of like statement that he makes is enough to engage in, I guess, market correction. Which is not market correction, making the market more insane, in my opinion, because like it's not like new barrels of oil are fucking moving and transiting through the strait. They're not. It just doesn't make sense. He wants to punish NATO and increase reliance on the U.S. I guess his additional blockade on the Strait of Hormuz did work in that way to apply additional pressure to NATO. Because like NATO countries could do bilateral deals with Iran and then transit their you know, and Asian countries as well could commit to separate deals with Iran and transit unimpeded through the strait. But now America's like, if you touch an Iranian port, we won't let you go through the strait. So I guess that additional pressure is not on Iran necessarily, but it's on the rest of the world to not commit to any deals with Iran. And that doesn't make any sense at all. I guess he's banking on the idea that none of our European allies will ever turn on us, no matter how hard we make their economy scream. There won't be any NATO deal. EU will try to make a deal for themselves regardless of other NATO members. No, that's what I'm saying. They have. European continent nations have already gone to Iran to talk to Iran directly. Iran has put all the cards on the table. They said, look, if you come to us, if you treat us like a sovereign nation, we will allow you to push your tankers through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. All you need to do is pay a toll. You know, that's fine. And I think many European countries were on board with that. The problem, however, is America doesn't like that because it undermines America's power around the world. I mean, you have these countries now doing deals directly with an American foreign adversary. That's unacceptable. Especially, and I suspect that's the real reason why there's a second blockade. It's not necessarily to stop Iranian ships from transiting, but it's more so to say, no. Only we get to, do a real blockade. Iran doesn't get to do a blockade and then open it up for all of you guys.
And almost certainly what we're heading towards is some sort of memorandum of understanding, because the nuclear debate will not be solved in a matter of hours or days. Last time this was done, it took 20 months to do. A memorandum of understanding will have a significant amount of ambiguity, will allow President Trump to walk away with declaring victory, but likewise for the Iranians. Meanwhile, across in Lebanon, the fragile ceasefire seems to be holding at the moment. But Prime Minister Netanyahu has always claimed that that doesn't stop him responding to self-defense if he's attacked. The challenge, of course, is the whole of the operation that Israel's doing in southern Lebanon is allegedly under the grounds of self-defense. So, reality, this is a real test of the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Can President Trump maintain control of Netanyahu? If the 10-day ceasefire holds, that might provide a window of opportunity for President Trump to seek a peaceful end to the conflict with Iran. But it's pretty clear that Prime Minister Netanyahu has unfinished business against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon.
Trying to sabotage the path of the diplomatic efforts through this diplomatic circus that they are adopting. They thought that the force and the pressure and the escalation is part of the solution. No, these cannot be for the benefit of anyone. Diplomacy must prevail. One by one, please, one by one. President Trump said that if there is no agreement on Wednesday, there will be a return to the military action. Then let's President Trump talk. He talks too much. He said contradictory things within the same statement. This cannot be prevailed. I don't know what exactly he meant. The American people must decide about him. If his statements are aligned and if they are going with international law, then we will continue our defense with all heroism, with all nationalism and patriotism. We will defend Iran, the oldest civilization.
They don't know what Trump is saying either. I mean, Trump doesn't know what Trump is. I feel like I don't know what the goal is here. I genuinely don't know. And I don't think Trump knows what the goal is either. Like, I don't know how long we can continue doing this. Okay? Where we just have a guy who is all over the place, who's just like such an unstable, such a beacon of instability around the globe, just molesting the money over and over again, devaluing the dollar. Yanis has been saying it. I mean, buddy, I know that Japan has no autonomy whatsoever in this process, but like, you know, they own a lot of American debt. Okay? So does China, ironically enough. Like, there's only so much pressure and pain that they will abide by until there is genuine instability in these countries and they demand to chart a different path forward, one that does not revolve around America's interests. It doesn't make sense from this. It truly does not make any sense at all. Like, everything that he's done so far is it's not helping America's strategic goals at all. Like, it doesn't even make sense from a pro-America perspective, right?
On the planet, we will fight till the last Iranian soldier. War cannot lead to any positive solution. The Americans must understand and must learn the lesson. The era of colonialism must come to an end. They cannot dictate the orders on the other nations. And if everyone concentrates on peace and stability, this will be for the benefit.
But the Trump family have made a lot of money on this war. Buddy, if the GCC nations start pulling out of all of the deals that they financed, that's going to have a horrible impact on all the deals that the Trump family has made. Like, a lot of the Gulf Coast cucks have decent leverage here. They haven't used it. I assume behind closed doors they're starting to mention it.
Everyone, and this will be a chance. But if they chose to try to be the aggressors and to go back to the war, they will see the answers from Iran. We will never hesitate in responding with all force. The question is not clear regarding the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Let me say that it is within our territorial waters, and whatsoever the Americans say, whatsoever the place they are trying to go through, I will say that the blockade will never be valid. And let me tell you, there will never be any blockade in the future. No one can dictate their desires on us, the Iranians. What about the support of Azerbaijan? We appreciate all the efforts of all our friends, including Azerbaijan and Turkey and other countries. All these countries have good relations with...
Yeah, he's in the Antalya Diplomatic Forum alongside the Turkish ambassador Tom Barak, who is also there. Turkey is still at the table, folks.
Iran and the presidents of both countries have phone calls since the very start of the war. We appreciate every decency from the countries of the region, but this aggression...
At least it's like Trump couldn't golf today, I guess. Like, that's probably going to put him in a bad mood. Small victories here and there that we can hold on to, you know. He had to do a situation room once again, you know, convene in the situation room and monitor the situation.
Was not legal at all, and the Iranian defense is legal according to the international law. The last question, please.
Bro, you were in such a good mood half an hour into the stream. I mean, it's hard to be in a fucking good mood when the entire world is at the mercy of a madman who is making moves that are so unbelievable that it's impossible to discern what his goals are. We're all hostage to the whims of a psychopath.
What is your expectation regarding the Pakistani mediation?
Like, I you know what I feel like? I feel like one of those medieval peasants, which most likely didn't have the full scope of knowledge on whatever the monarchs were choosing to do at the time. But I'm imagining myself as like a court jester who at least is in the king's court, and the king has like deep syphilitic brain rot and is just making unbelievably insane moves. And you're just like, I can't say anything. I can just simply joke around. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the decisions that are being made here. Okay. These are very bad decisions, and no one can really say anything about it because he's just the fucking king. Yes, I'm talking about Trump as the king. Yes, I mean, functionally, that's what an empire does. The entire globe, on the other hand, is at the mercy of this tyrant. And we're all just a bunch of court jesters sitting around watching all of this unfold. And we're like, why are you doing this? Haha, let's crack a couple jokes in the process.
We concentrate on putting and developing a memorandum of understanding, a new framework, and we will never go into talks and negotiations that will lead to failure, and we will never accept to be facing another round of aggression. We have entered talks and negotiations with all goodwill. In January, we were in the middle of these talks, but they are treacherous and they have violated diplomacy. We need to be fully aware regarding the goodwill of every party, particularly the Americans, because of their previous aggression.
Hard to call him a king. King somewhat give a shit about the populations. I'm not calling him a king because of the way he's moving. I mean, I'm calling him that because of the unbelievable amount of power that he has, and also how unchecked that power is. And also, not only that, but I said he was like a syphilitic king, you know? Like he's, because there's not really much you can do in that situation. If the king has syphilis and has brain rot because of that, there's not anything you can do. You just hope that he, you know, at some point perishes and you get a more competent monarch in his stead.
We reached that point now. This war is a defense from us and aggression from the other side. And we have seen them assassinating Ayatollah al-Khomeini, the leader of Iran, in his office. They have killed other commanders. It's not in the front line.
Some of them with their neighbors. So this was a war crime, and during the war, in the first minutes of the aggression, they also attacked and bombed an elementary school and they slaughtered 168 small kids at the age of 7 to 11 years old. All the media, you have to reflect the ugly picture of this aggression, and you have to be careful not justifying the ill political agenda of those who started this aggression. Israeli regime wanted to have the greater Israel and to change the geopolitics of the region. So this defense that Iran is doing is on behalf of the whole region, is on behalf of all the free countries, and we don't have any option just to win this resistance, which we are very much determined to do that.
Is there a date, Minister? Is there a precise date for the next round of talks with the Americans?
Until we agree on the framework, we cannot, set the date. As soon as we agree, there was a significant, actually progress made, but then this maximalist approach by the other side, trying to make Iran an exception in international law, prevented us to reach an agreement. I have to be very crystal clear. that Iran would not accept to be an exception from the international law. Anything that we are going to be committed, we are going to commit within these international regulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
خیلی خوب و تشکر میکنیم از روابط بسیار خوب دو کشور از
It
مردم
was good, and we want to thank the people of Azerbaijan, President of Azerbaijan, who showed that in difficult times we can rely on them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was very clear that whatever we accept will be within the international regulation and international law. No government in Iran can commit the country beyond the international law. I told, and I will repeat it again, Iran would not accept to be an exception from the international law. We are member of Non-Proliferation Treaty. We are member of IAEA, and we are going to commit. We do have responsibilities and we do have rights. Iran is entitled to the rights, and we are not going to abandon our rights. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was Saeed Khatibzadeh, Iranian deputy. He cannot set a date for talks with the United States until we agree to the framework for those talks. He said war cannot lead to any positive solution, and that we will never hesitate to respond with force.
To discuss all this further now, we're joined by Alan Iyer. He's a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and a former senior diplomat on the U.S. negotiating team for the 2015 JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer, for being with us on Al Jazeera. So we have Iran saying that there won't be any talks until a framework is agreed. President Trump says a deal is within reach. So two completely different versions of reality from Washington and Tehran. How, first of all, do you interpret these contradictions?
I don't interpret them, I ignore them, because the problem is that policy is not what people put on social media. What President Trump puts on social media, what Arakchi puts on social media, should not
Damn, he hit the Arakchi.
be the focus of too much attention, okay? It's not the case that the strait has reverted back after Iran opened it. Iran never opened it. Iran always said there'll be limited passage, coordinated with the IRGC Navy, and they'll be tolling. What happened was, as a result of President Trump's
Obama is hanging out with Zoran. Yeah, I know. They did the wheels on the bus go round and round. Mayor Zohran Kwame Mamdani and former President Barack Obama are at a child care center in the Bronx reading a book to the preschoolers. Here they are singing Wheels on the Bus. Sir, a second Muslim has hit the preschoolers. A second Muslim, a second African Muslim communist has hit the preschoolers. Mamdani went from hanging out with you to Obama. Well, he hung out with Donald Trump too. So, oh God, we know what happened the last time a president read a book to a bunch of preschoolers. Why don't you read books like this to us, HasanAbi? Because I'm fake. Obama trying to clout farm off Mamdani is kind of insane. Okay, let's get real for a minute. Let me just start off by saying,
and pussy too.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, for Barack Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, to do this is not a bad thing. It's a good thing because it gives credibility to Zohran Mamdani amongst liberals who love him. You have to remember, liberals still love Barack Hussein Obama. Okay? This is not a bad thing. Barack Obama has been noticeably absent from the national conversation for a minute. He every now and then will chime in with like a tweet here and there. For him to physically lend support, what is this? No, chatters are right. Obama's ratings are actually tanking, dude. People are giving him the Hillary treatment lately, but libs love him and Zoran's loved. No, I think liberals still have a lot of respect and a lot of love for Barack Obama. You guys are wrong. They love him. And it's the exact kind of liberals. It's the exact kind of liberals that still have hangups about the Bernie-crats, Zoran being one of them. So I see this as more credibility for an audience that needs to see it for the likes of Zoran. And, you know, he's whispering lib shit into my DSA King's ear. I'm scared. Yeah, I don't think this is like Obama that is like demanding that Zoran become more corporate friendly. And instead, it is Obama reading the room and finally making a decision to lend more liberal credibility to someone like Zoran. Even though liberals already love Zoran, it's still good. Yeah, the who's going to pay for all this healthcare libs that need to see this kind of stuff. This is absolutely vital for the neoliberal Gen Xers getting on board nationwide. As long as Obama isn't actually influencing Zoran as a pure good, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Obama is going to influence Zoran, but we'll see. I see this as a very positive sign, though. Perhaps I'm too optimistic, but I see this as a very positive sign. You have the king of liberals, okay? The real king, the actual undisputed king of liberalism, Barack Obama, saying, that's my guy. This guy Zoran, that's my guy. This has, in my opinion, tremendous positive impact for all of the Gen Xers, the lead poison generation. They will look to the left flank Bernie-crats with a lot less skepticism than they previously might have. He's hitting him with the Federmizer Ray. Yeah, Zoran's going to come out and be like, M is real high tomorrow. I don't think you guys see what's going on. I mean, it's kind of funny to be in this community of all communities and not recognize that there is like internal trouble brewing amongst the establishment Democrats. They are trying to desperately hold on to whatever semblance of control and influence they have over the party at a time when all of the popularity and all the momentum is on the side of people like Zoran, is even on the side of AOC, in spite of the fact that AOC is very rarely putting herself out there. I mean, look at Graham Plattner. Look at what happened in the past couple of weeks with Abdul El-Sayed. A lot of left-flank candidates that are running in primaries all around the country. Look at Ana Lilia Mejia, right? For a lot of those people, like Obama is basically saying, no, this is the direction that the tent must grow in. I see this as, yes, establishment liberalism in some ways offering much needed recognition that they refused to offer for many years to democratic socialism and the actual left flank Democrats, the true left flank Democrats. Obama endorsement is like a fatwa for the Democrats. You can see it that way. You think Hillary or Kamala will do the same or not? No, they should stay away. It's fine. Obama is actually, in many respects, the perfect person because I think Hillary and Kamala Harris have a lot. I would go so far as to say they have more haters in the Democratic Party than Obama does. Obama is more of a uniting figure. It reminds a lot of older boomer Democrats, like a moment where America was on the right trajectory. There was a handsome, charismatic person leading the party. Obviously, we have tremendous criticism for Barack Obama here, but we're not talking about our audience. Everyone here most likely loves Zoran anyway, or, they have their criticisms, but it's like most people understand that Zoran is the closest to this community's worldview than most other politicians in office right now. So for the people who still have hangups about Bernie-crats, about left flank candidates, Barack Obama's presence next to Zoran Mamdani is a good thing because it forces them to see Zoran in a because they love Barack Obama. I don't think they're going to turn on Obama. All those people who fucking complain about like the Podjohns, right? Because there are a lot of them that complain about the Podjohns all the time. They're all over Twitter, all of the fucking consultant class that say like, oh, these guys are just coasting off of Barack Obama's popularity. And all they're doing is destroy the Democratic Party by aligning with the, malignant forces like Hasan and pushing for all these like nasty leftist candidates. Yuck. Like all those people love Obama. When those people see Obama next to Zoran, they're going to be like, okay, I hated Zoran, but I have to reluctantly agree with him.
Tweets saying the deal was within reach. The IRGC put a different spin on what actually is the case, and they shut down traffic. But the reality is there has been no appreciable change in the ability of ships to transit the strait. Iran is still going to maintain a chokehold on that until they get what they want. And in terms of how close we are to a deal, not close at all. There is no low-hanging fruit. Still substantial differences between the two sides.
On the differences, and I want to get your expertise on the nuclear issue more specifically, because you were, of course, part of the negotiating team in the JCPOA deal. The U.S. today is demanding zero enrichment. Iran refuses that and offers time-bound suspension. Trump has also said that they've agreed to hand over their enriched uranium. The Iranians have denied that as well. What concessions, if any, could Tehran make here? And can they realistically come up with a different mechanism established under the JCPOA regarding, uranium stockpile limits and monitoring? Can they come up with a better deal?
Well, unfortunately, as a result of this war, whatever deal the U.S. will get will be worse than the one they would have gotten had they not.
Cool chatter. 42069 with the 50 bones. God damn. Showering the chat with gifties. Thank you for subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Thank you for your contributions to independent media. Your contributions to the PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, for the people, by the people. Thank you.
Attacked. Whatever deal the U.S. could get will be essentially the JCPOA, which is Iran is willing to temporarily suspend uranium and put limits on the uranium it keeps within country in exchange for a source of money. Sanctions relief, unfreezing of blockaded Iranian funds. That's
a crazy take. Obama's never done anything but undermining leftist/progressive since he left office and doesn't make appearances without an agenda. Yeah, I understand the skepticism. I just don't think it'll work in this circumstance. This is an awesome photo. That's so funny. I'm not so skeptical. You understand?
That's the essential calculus that the two sides have to play with. Restrictions on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for money. A problem is that Iran's demands, U.S. demands of Iran haven't changed since before the war, which is no indigenous enrichment, which Iran will never agree to.
Harmuzi 91. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
No uranium on Iranian soil, which Iran might well agree to. They've indicated they would be willing to keep minimal reserves of enriched uranium on Iranian soil. But the key variable is, what does Iran get in return?
And what do you think they would want to get in return, especially on the question of transferring enriched uranium? President Trump talked about joint cooperation on that. How would that work practically?
Well, there's two things Iran wants. It wants security, so it's not attacked again 6 months and a year from now by Iran and Israel. That's hard to get verbally, but luckily for Iran.
John Sexy Elder. Thank you. What the fuck? Thank you for the 25 get the subs.
They found a way to guarantee that, which is the Strait of Hormuz, which is the new equation is you pressure us, we close the strait. And the ability Iran has to close the strait requires so little military power on their part, it effectively can't be taken away from them. That's one thing they want. The second thing they want is money. They've got anywhere from $300 billion to $1 trillion worth of damage. Their economy was horrible even before the war. So they need money, whether that's reparations, which no one wants to pay them, unblocked Iranian funds, which isn't anywhere near enough to pay for that, or relaxing, if not eradication of sanctions, which is politically unpalatable for the Trump administration to give with elections coming up.
Right.
But that's what Iran is looking for.
And so what do you see as the main differences today between the appetite and willingness to get things done by Iran right now compared to what you were dealing with during the JCPOA negotiations? And do you think there are lessons from those negotiations that are most relevant or that are being overlooked today that could be helpful?
Well, unfortunately, we've blotted the copybook. I mean, you don't need a lot of trust between two sides to negotiate, but there has to be some. The fact that the U.S. twice attacked Iran.
Why do you think Bernie's not endorsing Tallarico? Interesting question. I don't know the answer to it. Maybe Tallarico hasn't gone to Bernie. I'm not super close to the Tallarico team, so I have no idea what their what it looks like what they're thinking of. Not progressive enough. I don't. Maybe it's because is Tallarico pro Medicare for all? I don't think he is. Right. That might be part of it. It could be a timing decision. Miriam Adelson donation? No, I don't think Bernie gives a shit about that. It's Texas, bro. Could be because Texas, guys. Bernie is popular everywhere, okay, including in Texas. Anti-establishment politics is very popular in Texas. Bernie figure. Tallarico campaign may have viewed his endorsement as a risk in Texas. Wouldn't be surprising if people thought that. If they think that, they're wrong to think that. Bernie is beloved by the Latino voting bloc, and that's Tallarico's beating heart, right? That's what allowed him to cross the finish line in the primaries. That's the place that he will need to make the most significant gains if he has a shot at winning that race. There's a difference between the truth and what people think. I'm just saying it's an easy dog shit take you would expect to get from a consultant. I could totally see that, yes. I could see them being, his campaign is competent enough, dude. Obviously, they did a pretty decent job. People keep saying, well, the JCPOA took more than a year to finish, but they're missing the lesson of everything that's happened. Do you really think Trump cares about specific percentages of enriched uranium or centrifuge lines? If Trump insists on surrender, then there's no haggling on specifics. They want to dictate the terms and hear Iran say yes. If Trump is ready to wash his hands of the thing, then likewise, he can take their assurances about no nukes and offer them some price for Hormuz. I think enrichment is a red line for the Iranians, to be honest. They will insist on eventually exercising that right.
During negotiations weakens the chance. Plus, there's a new leadership in Iran. We killed the existing Iranian leadership, but the ones that have taken their place are more hardline, more radical, more militaristic. It's the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So this is not the Obama era where both sides were willing to negotiate. Iran was looking for sanctions relief, and the U.S. was looking to put a cap and put the Iranian nuclear program in a box. Right now, Trump is looking to eradicate.
The reason why Tallarico has not appeared on this broadcast is because I didn't want to go all the way to Texas. I didn't have time to go to Texas.
The nuclear program, which Iran is unwilling to do. And Iran is looking for cash guarantees or cash, more money that the U.S. is unwilling to give. So it's much, much harder now than it was back then. To say nothing of the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is a new ticking time bomb.
Indeed. Alan Iyer, thank you so much for your insight. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. Alan Iyer.
Won't come to the South, come to Atlanta. I mean, I have been to the South. I was in Miami on my way to Cuba.
It was obvious yesterday, Trump's declaration that Hormuz is open for everyone.
I love how this war is basically a PR campaign for the Obama deal, Lamau. Yeah, which is why I've been annoyed that Obama hasn't even flexed on his haters. Like, it's one of the best things he did. It's very, very annoying. Yes, I know Miami doesn't count as a South, man. Fucking, I was making a joke, chatters. I live there. I know. I should have. I know. Bro thought jokes will fly. Not in this community. I fucked up. I should have known better.
Except Iran would detonate any deal with Iran. Today, Tehran made good on its promise to close the strait, reportedly attacking a tanker and a freighter.
If you are going to violate the ceasefire terms and conditions, and if Americans are not going to honor their words, then there will be repercussions for them.
Marine traffic sites indicated increased movement through this key energy artery overnight. But US military also said 23 ships complied with its blockade and returned to Iran. That broke the deal.
It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing.
In Iran, demonstrations in support of the leadership continue. Even as both Tehran and Washington insist delicate peace talks are progressing, Iran again insisted her enriched uranium is not or anywhere else. And on the subject of going, anyone for Islamabad? The high-level Iran-US peace talks scheduled for Pakistan appear, unsurprisingly, on hold tonight. But what of the other war? Again, no firm date for would-be historic Washington peace talks between Lebanon and Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered to stop his invasion, bombing and occupation of southern Lebanon in its tracks on Trump's orders. A very public humiliation.
It's a huge drama because he's been humiliated from both sides, from right wing and from the left wing. Right wing trusted him in beating Hamas, beating Hezbollah, beating Iran. Left wing never believe a word he says, and now he's humiliated from both sides because he lost all his goals. He didn't have a word. He's humiliated in front of the United States, in front of the Middle East, and in front of the Israeli people.
Netanyahu inspecting his war in Lebanon recently. That Trump order came soon after a White House diktat imposing a 10-day ceasefire on his Lebanese invasion. Many of his own cabinet only heard about it from media reports. Netanyahu has to hold an election by October at the latest, and if the polls are right, he's facing the end of his political career. Civilians returning to their homes, or what remain of them, in some parts of southern Lebanon today.
I hope everyone's getting their press releases in the Democratic Party to swap over from Netanyahu is a bad guy, Netanyahu's war, Israel has a right to resist, Netanyahu doesn't have a right to resist, and Naftali Bennett. Swap it over. Naftali Bennett's war, Yair Lapid's war, you know? Just control F all of the Benjamin Netanyahus and turn them into whoever comes next, you know? It won't be Ben Gvir, I don't think. That's crazy. Maybe in a decade.
Where the country's profound security crisis again exposed. A French soldier, Staff Sergeant Florian Montorio, shot dead by gunmen there today, 3 more injured. The French president blamed Hezbollah without offering evidence. Hezbollah denied it. The soldiers, part of the United Nations.
Yeah, I wonder who's more likely to shoot at the United Nations soldiers, Hezbollah or Israel? God, cuck-ass loser.
Mission to bring peace to the Lebanese-Israeli border. It has been failing to do that now for 48 years.
So ceasefires then hanging by a thread in 2 wars, but there is, of course, a third. We must never lose sight of that in Gaza, where the ceasefire is similarly precarious. In the past 24 hours, the United Nations has asked Israeli officials to conduct an urgent inquiry into just how their soldiers came to shoot dead 2 drivers working for the United Nations and injure 2 more. So consider this tonight. Should Benjamin Netanyahu be out of a job come the autumn and losing the election, he faces not just a corruption trial and potential jail here in Israel, but more widely, he is indicted for war crimes at the International Criminal Court. And should he be brought to face those charges and thereby the Israeli state, those calls will only grow more louder if he is politically isolated. Back to you.
Alex Thompson in Tel Aviv, thank you. Well, after the original announcement that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened, the price of oil fell dramatically. However, its closure again means global trade will continue to be disrupted. This week, officials from the International Monetary Fund and World Bank met in Washington, with the crisis top of the agenda and the situation in Asia of particular concern. Our economics editor, Helia Ebrahimi, reports.
The Songkran New Year's festival in Bangkok is the largest water ceremony in the world. Its theme, cleansing and purification. But this year, shopkeepers worried higher energy prices would stop people joining in. In Asia, what's been happening in the Middle East is already a crisis, and the Strait of Hormuz reopening is an economic necessity. Even if shipping resumes this weekend, it's estimated 900 million barrels of oil have been lost. It's put a strain on the most high-tech economies of the East, as well as its most vulnerable citizens.
The shock has an asymmetric impact, right? The poor and vulnerable are most affected. Countries which don't have buffers are affected because they can't help the people who are affected.
Surat in India is a key textile hub, but gas shortages have meant turning to fire.
Look what Big Yahoo took away from us. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. What is that hair, bro? Is this In my head canon, this is when Corey went to Turkey transplant. He got Turkified. He got hit with the Turkification beam. Classic Hasan Democrat sheepdog. Yeah. Oh my God. That hair is coming off his forehead. Yeah, he was like, I want a forehead. I want a two-head.
Firewood to get boilers going. In Bangladesh, energy rationing means closing the gates on Dhaka University and suspending bus operations, while in Myanmar you only get to drive every other day. Rationing has been underway from India to South Korea, and news anchors in Thailand try to persuade their viewers to conserve energy, with the government advice urging people to take off layers before turning on the AC.
If you were addicted to cold air conditioning, well, now you don't have to be.
What is your sense, Krishna, of how deep-rooted this crisis is if you don't have a ceasefire that leads to a solution?
So I'm worried a lot. I just came back from Fiji not too long ago. And the key theme in these small islands, there were 14 countries being represented there. The one thing they talked about was the cost of living, living standards, and all this was just right after the shock. So if you look at these small countries, which rely a lot on imports, which rely a lot on the Strait of Hormuz, so they could be affected. The small island countries with no buffers in terms of physical buffers of oil and gas.
If this happened in America, there would be an immediate revolution. Yes, but also the fact that this won't happen in America is the reason why America gets to be the imperial superpower, the hegemon that destabilizes the rest of the fucking world.
Gas, not much by way of policy buffers, fiscal space, and so on. I'm most worried about them.
And where scarcity meets poverty, it can spill into social unrest as people struggle to buy basic foods and businesses close, forcing people out of work. Only a few years ago, violent demonstrations broke out in Sri Lanka as people balked at the impact of fuel shortages.
If you look at Asia, there are many countries where youth unemployment is very high. You look at countries like Bhutan, smaller countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, youth unemployment is high, including in some bigger countries. So those things are worrisome.
The price of oil futures may have fallen on news of peace, but prices in Asia for gas, kerosene, fertilizer and jet fuel have soared. In India, jet fuel is up 76%, while fertilizer in Japan has climbed 37%. In Taiwan, where semiconductors are the economic mainstay, fuel oil has increased 68%. And in South Korea, gasoline has soared 86%.
Wait, did Trump fuck up the cost of living for the world so that he wouldn't be technically responsible for the cost of living crisis in America? He could go see America's the hottest country in the world. Everyone else sucks. I don't think he's thinking like that. I don't think he has the capability to think that far ahead or to think tactically at all. I do legitimately think he's just going off of nothing. He's just operating with no care for tomorrow.
On Wall Street, the promise of reopening the strait created a buying frenzy that pushed stocks to near record highs. But it's not financial bets that will help farmers here. They will have to wait for the physical shipments to get to them. Signs of getting easier.
Hello, everybody. A little bit on you.
Did he take questions on this?
Scientific, so the committee up ever.
They got used to it.
Oh my God. Joseph Robinette Rogan. Oh my God. That manlet standing right behind the high chair of the president. Oh my God. Oh my God. Someone in the chat said, I was wondering if he had noticed. No, I didn't initially notice him because he was hiding. He was hiding behind the high chair because he's a tiny, tiny man. Remember when Joe Rogan was like, oh, why is Trump doing this? Why is Trump doing this? Joe, oh, I feel politically homeless, Rogan. Joe, oh, I'm not actually a Republican, Rogan. Cuck. Yeah, no, he's not 5'8". Let's be real. He's like 5'4", maybe. Yeah, now we know why he, whenever he talks about the Epstein stuff, he rarely ever brings up Donald Trump. Breaking Galabaf advisor, just now, there's a warning of a sudden attack by America and the Israeli regime. Incredible work. I don't know if that's real or not, but we'll see. We don't know yet. We don't know. On WrestleMania weekend, yeah, it's really dope that they're doing this on WrestleMania weekend.
Folks, and I think we'll keep it on the subject pretty much. You'll have some questions on Iran, I know that, but this is such an important subject that I'd rather let this just speak for itself. And we'll be talking about Iran later. We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute, as they have been doing for 47 years. Nobody ever took them on. We took them on. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no leaders. They have no nothing. Actually, their leaders it is regime change.
Bro has Danny DeVito vibes. How dare you? Danny DeVito is the GOAT and a lifetime big donor to Democracy Now! Fun fact. Danny DeVito has always had incredible politics.
You call that enforced regime change.
Big Bernie bro, too.
But we're talking to them. They wanted to close up the strait again, as they've been doing for years. And they can't blackmail us. In fact, a lot of the ships are coming up to Texas. I don't know if you know, in Louisiana, the ships are coming up. They got used to it. Maybe they'll keep doing it. It's worked out pretty good. But it's going actually along very well.
Would he mind you revealing that? Wait, what? You think that's a secret? That's not a secret. Why do you think I know that? You think I know because I have access to the funders of Democracy Now? No. What is this? Does it have Danny DeVito on here? Yeah, Danny DeVito and Danny Glover on why they support Democracy Now. There it is. I thought you knew. Oh, you thought Danny DeVito and I know each other personally, and he told me. You think Joe Rogan will lose followers because of this? No, man. At some point, y'all got to realize something that is fundamental, okay? Right-wingers are stupid, okay? Sure, liberals are stupid. We're all stupid. But right-wingers are extra stupid, okay? And when your audience is entirely comprised of extra stupid people, they lack object permanence. They lack the capacity to comprehend who's actually doing them the harm. It's much easier to sell to right-wingers, okay? It's not a secret. And that is precisely the reason why when a beloved content creator is falling out of favor or when someone has done like heinous crimes, they immediately pivot to thumping the Bible and also becoming a right-winger because they know that that audience is unbelievably forgiving, I guess, if that's to use here, and they're very stupid. It's just you sell to stupid people, okay? Selling to smart people is much more difficult. Selling to stupid people, on the other hand, is much easier. So no, Joe Rogan, who's, overwhelming majority of his audience is now like obviously very right-wing, are not going to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe Joe Rogan. Went and hung out with the president. No, they love that shit.
And we'll see, but we'll have some information by the end of the day. We're talking to them. And, we're taking a tough.
Let's see what Joe Rogan had to say.
Opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it.
Are you serious? That's how this stuff works? That's how this stuff works? Joe Rogan showing up to the White House after spending a month claiming to be politically homeless? He said, let me put my mouth on that thing. Let me also every time you suck Trump's dick, you're basically also sucking Benjamin Netanyahu as well. So it's a double suck. Because Trump is sucking Benjamin Netanyahu off. So technically you're both sucking Trump off and Benjamin Netanyahu. So good job.
It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And For 56 years, we've lived under those.
I don't know enough about the drug that he's talking about, so I can't, like, I don't know what the deal is, but
Terrible conditions.
wait, Ibogaine DMT? Wait, he's saying DMT is helpful for overcoming heroin addiction?
Free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump. We have a gigantic opiate.
Ibogaine can cause heart attacks and other problems leading to death, even under medical supervision. It's a potent hallucinogen. It has been used to treat heroin addiction successfully. There was a moment here where the FDA people were saying this is great for us to study, and Trump was basically saying the studies are useless because Joe Rogan and his friends said it works at 30 minutes in the vid. Oh, that's unbelievable. I bet, actually, what am I saying? That's the most believable thing.
Drug abuse director. She's been an absolute hero in just developing scientific. So the commitment for American science to focus on this, and in many ways, it's that scientific advance that brought us to this moment. So thank you, President Trump.
But if it's good, we want to get it fully approved fast, right?
I mean, for the things that have great evidence, and that's
because,
what
these studies, they're going for a long time, and if it's good, I mean,
Yeah, get it done. Chop, chop. Start giving people these drugs right now. No need for testing.
a witness right here, these two incredible brothers. That to me is a study, right?
I mean, it's just as Commissioner McCary said, there's stuff that we know and we can tell it works. We still got to figure out somehow how it works or why it works. That we got to keep doing even as we move forward fast.
But it does work.
Some of those, I mean, absolutely, some of those treatments absolutely work.
Yes, it works.
Here.
It works. I'm trying to get the answer because it either works or it doesn't. I would think.
What the hell am I citing this executive order for? Shut the f up. Say it works. Say it works now. Joe Rogan told me. It's awesome.
There's been a lot of research already, indirect research, maybe the ultimate research, people that have taken it, because I've spoken to people that have taken it, aside from the trail, both of them. I've spoken to 5 people that
Mr. President, works.
That had big problems.
Done it 3 times.
Yeah,
it works.
please.
It fixed my demonic relationship.
This is Rob O'Neill, who's a friend of mine and a great guy. Go ahead.
It fixed my demonic relationship with alcohol. It saved my life, and then it saved my wife.
Wait, Rob O'Neill, that's Mick Booyah, right? That's Mick Booyah. That's the guy who was like, I'm going to do a rape on all of the I'm going to turn all of the young Democrat DNC influencers into my child slaves. Look it up. That's what he said. That was him. Yeah, Mick Booyah. He follows me on Twitter. Freaks me out a lot. I don't know why. That's how you know it's scientifically legit when the dude talks about how it scared away his demons. Yeah, look, see? We're Gen Z voters and we all proudly voted for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris. You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines. That's him. That's the guy. Robert J. O'Neill. Hasan, bro, you're so disgusting for this. He was clearly struggling when he said he would turn that kid into his concubine. He's cured now. The psychedelics cured him. The demons are gone. You don't get it, man. Cures addiction, but not gayness. I think this is something different than being gay. Okay. This is the opposite of being gay. Why do they all sexualize Harry Hasan? I don't know. It's very strange because we know Harry Hasan fucks. Okay. Like, but all of the like boomer right-wing psychopaths all want to have sex with him. It's very odd. Yeah, Roman Empire style, not like NPR and chill, ? Damn, that ass is fat. Harry Hasan. God, that ass is fat. God. That was funny when liberals were like, Harry Hasan fucks. That's unacceptable. How much longer until the chicken is done? Let's see. No, the chicken has been cooked already. This is literally the chicken sitting on the rotisserie lamp. Look at that. Look. It doesn't even work anymore. You see that? Doesn't even work anymore. I've zapped her so much. It doesn't even work. Anyway, I'm glad that guy, Robert O'Neill, is in the White House right now talking about how this, untested drug cured him of his demons.
Every day's a blessing. It took about 3 years of, I did it 3 times. It's a different adventure every time. That's not fun.
So without it, you would have had problems.
I did it with, there was a Green Beret, 28-year sergeant major, that told me when we finished, make sure you tell Amber Capone, the CEO of Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions, that she saved my life because I was going to kill myself next week.
20% of women are on.
Not news related, but did you see Cinna pop off on XQC cringe? XQ cringe? Cinna fried XQC after he tried pressing her? Yeah, I saw that. XQC really don't know what to say if it ain't behind a computer screen. I saw a clip of this. I did. She popped off, but the clip's not working. Yeah, she was like, you talk all this shit. Hi guys. Don't play it? Wait, why?
I can eat too. Yo, Cinna, what is your worst take?
What the hell is, why is this so bad? The XQC gave up 10 goals at the charity match today. I saw him saving one that was good. The Jason the Ween one. Why are you not in the Wembley game, Unc? Buddy, you could be a crypto gambling casino booster. You could have said heinous shit. Okay? But as long as you're not a political commentator, you're always welcome at these sorts of influencer events. Okay? Because he never does fun shit. Nah. You could be a monster in general. As long as you don't talk politics, okay? You talk politics, you are maximum controversial. You talk politics, you especially have you're a very loud voice as a critic of Israel. I deadass hate streaming culture. These people are swine. I mean, it's fine. You'd also probably be arrested if you went to the UK. No, I'm going to the UK. X talks politics. I mean, XQC is he can talk whatever he wants. Like he's considered legendary status in these communities because for many years he was the top dog. And now when he talks politics, no one takes him seriously. And also remember, taking a right-wing position is not inherently political. As a matter of fact, it is utterly devoid of being political. I remember all the shit you used to be at before October 7. Yeah.
You want in on this?
Oh, that's XQC's favorite.
Oh, yeah, what about Bonnie? Oh!
You defend Saikuna. Hold on, did you defend Saikuna because you cheated too?
Like that motherfucker boosted the president, dude. The current president of the United States of America. Okay?
Yeah, so.
He's the fucking goat. Yo. You cheated on a dad? Yo! You cheated on Sakura? Yo! Don't ask me. Taurayami! You cheated on Sakura.
Okay. What?
Just start throwing buzzwords out there.
Talk about how you threw Aiden under the bus for no reason.
Oh. I said I have no beef with Aiden though.
Yeah, but.
So what do you mean? You're trying to defend him. We don't even have beef. Are you dick sucking him that hard?
You said I cannot be his
friend. You got a little bit of cum right here on your mouth, X. You got a little bit of cum right here on your mouth because I said I didn't have beef with him. Get his dick out your throat.
If I said that, then I would be a sexist.
You can say it. Say it. Oh, okay. There it goes.
That's his high quality friend. Yo. You're burning our bridge right now, by the way. Not cool, man. You're burning our bridge.
You're good at that, though.
Yo, true.
Yeah, you're good at that. So you said what?
It's a radioactive wasteland over there.
Really? That's like your bedroom, though, isn't it? You're used to that.
Oh.
You're used to that, bro.
This is like, pushing back on XQC in front of an audience like this, and also getting them to cheer you on is pretty impressive, especially as a woman. Holy fuck.
Elaborate about your roommates.
Mm-hmm. She was 18. Did you see that, or did you not react to it?
What? The what?
Did you see it, or did you not react to it?
Yeah.
So you chose to not react to it.
I don't think it's about her. I don't think it's about her. I didn't react to it.
Let me ask you something. Why don't you come to me about stuff with me rather than other people? I can come to you about the shit.
Wait, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I can come to you about the shit that you do.
That's not true.
Really?
You never done that before.
I can't do that.
No, you can, but you never done that before.
Also, let me ask you something. If you genuinely thought that something was wrong, using my beef with your friend in order to prop that up doesn't make sense. You could just come to me like an adult. No?
Yeah. No. If you're vocal in public about one thing,
right, but she's right.
You cannot hide it when it's about your friend, though.
So let me ask you something. So she reacted to or she said something the next day. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it.
Convenient.
So what did she say?
Why don't you go watch it and ask her?
No.
Yeah, it's just like, XUC invited it in when he brought up Bonnie's name. Fuck everyone involved in that current drama cycle. I don't even know what the fuck happened in the drama cycle. All I know is this. Okay? Back in the day, content creators would not personally egg on some of the most like parasocial nonsense. And content creators who did egg that shit on and would purposely wedge themselves into a story in an effort to like get some of the most schizophrenic parasocial stalkers involved would usually be like blacklisted. The environment changed entirely, okay? The content creator environment changed entirely. There are a lot of content creators like Asmongold who literally personally lean into this shit and will actively ease into massive ordeals, okay? Even if it's just like something that a bunch of like insane people made up, they'll always lean into it. XUC does it too. Obviously, back in the day, it was like Sex Pestiny that did it. He still does it. And it sucks because all of these people will then turn around and fucking complain about streamer culture and how people are no longer as friendly with one another as there used to be some kind of a sense of community, right? Hasan acting like he doesn't do that. See, this is what I mean. Buddy, this is the first time I have talked about anything that has been going on in the streaming space in like the last 5 months. Okay? And you're in here eating that dick. Yum, 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 yum. And it's always no you. You can tell when someone is a brain broken fucking loser because they don't have any genuine retort, okay? They don't have any genuine retort whatsoever. And immediately go, no you. I got government ops, buddy. I have to deal with like, some worse shit than whatever some other dumb fuck content creator said about me. I personally keep away from that stuff because I feel like it's, not in my interest. I don't really care about it. I did see this clip though, and I appreciate Cinna for standing on business. And it's cool that like all these other guys were actually on Cinna's side. Oh, Sean Hannity left the Catholic Church. I saw this. But yeah, if you're insane, they're not on our side. They're just baiting clips. I mean, sure. But clip culture has also obviously accelerated this drama process, this drama cycle. RDC made a joke about it as well. RDC dropped the skit about how clippers use fake captions on posts with completely different videos. It's so funny that Fear Buck is the one posting this because ironically, they're kind of talking about Fear Buck and all these other accounts as well.
I got some news. I'll be taking a little break from stream. I want to spend time with my beautiful black family, who I love very dearly. I want to give back to the homeless. I'll be back soon, so just wait for me, all right? I love you guys, and I'll see you soon. Wow, he's so articulate.
Mark says he will slap anyone with a black family.
Hey, bro.
What's up?
Hey, big fan.
Oh, hey, appreciate it, man.
Until you said that shit on stream.
Oh, man, I gotta do it. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, so you gotta do that?
Yeah, I gotta do it, bro.
You got to.
I got to.
Like, on God, you gotta do that shit.
On God, I'm gonna do that shit.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, okay, bet.
Slap me.
Oh, you don't understand clip culture, bro. Like, so this is what they just be putting captions on.
Slap me.
No, I'm not calling you stupid, bro. I'm saying, like...
Bro, both my mama and daddy are black.
Yeah, I know you black, so I do
So you
assume that... No, I'm not roasting. I'm bitch. Bro, I'm saying watch the video. I'm saying, can you just watch the video?
I just want you to do what you said.
No, I'm saying...
Do what you said.
I didn't say that, though. You gotta watch the video, bro. Did you watch the video?
My attention span is clip. I'm not watching that shit, nigga.
It's so real, dude. Motherfuckers can't even watch 30 seconds of a clip. They just read the fake caption and move on. They develop their opinions on anyone and they just move on.
Fuck, that don't make no sense. Okay.
Bitch.
Okay.
There was a clip recently where he told Zoran to tune out the noise, and the large clip account framed it as if you were telling him to ignore the Hasan haters. People don't even bother watching the clips. Oh my God. It's just crazy because, like, no one, I look at the fucking responses, and it's not, like, no one is even reacting to the things that are happening inside of the clip. They are just bots responding to the description. It's crazy.
Here you go, sir. No problem, no problem.
Get that shit out of my fucking face. Let's see what the fuck you said, motherfucker.
What is going? Hey, but shit, he tweaking, baby.
No, I'm not tweaking. This what you said. This you, right?
Bro, they just putting
Mark says the only
title.
What is it? I can't
beat
even
my
read it.
ass.
Are you?
This what he said. You riding with him.
Oh, god damn it. I can't even read it. What the fuck?
This what he said. You riding.
Mark says the only thing homeless people deserve is an ass. So clip culture is going to be no longer a thing. The new meta is thumbnail culture. I mean, it's just memes. Like as attention spans shorten and shorten, as things get worse, as we have no consensus reality, what has now taken the place of clip culture, which was like, you know, the meta of the last 2 to 3 years, is now caption culture. The clips don't even matter anymore. What matters is the description. And you can write whatever the fuck you want. I saw a clip that had a caption, Theo Von made the Rizzler cry because he called him fat. All the comments said, fuck Theo for talking that way to a 10-year-old that way. It is insane. Yeah. Eventually, people are just going to stop responding to even, like, they're going to forget how to fucking read. They're reinventing dramatic headlines. Buddy, this is not a dramatic headline. This is an entirely separate thing. Like, back in the day, people used to do clickbait, right? That was the meta was clickbait. Clickbait meant exaggerating what was actually taking place in the video. Okay? This is something different. This is not even clickbait. This is something entirely different. I mean, there are people who think I kill my dogs. Like, there are people out there who sincerely, and they're not like a tiny number of people. There are unironically people who are like, you've killed Kaya, you know? This is just called lying. This is not even clickbait anymore. This is just lying. Yeah, it's this new hip thing, this new fashionable thing that people do. It's called just making shit up.
With him.
I didn't say that.
He beat my ass, motherfucker.
I'm not going, bro. I'm not like
oh,
that.
You got some on your face.
No, nigga, what the fuck are you doing?
Beat my motherfucking ass.
Bro, dead ass.
Beat my motherfucking ass. That's what it got. Beat my ass.
All right, bro.
You better stay your ass from around here,
oh my god, bro. Stop making these fucking fake ass titles.
This reminds me of that one Gabor Mate headline that's like everybody has a Hitler in them. And obviously the article is about reactionary ideas and how we all have to reckon with those ideals. Bro, there's a video in a new study. 40% of Gen Alpha can't read Hasan. Okay. That's just Trotsky plagiarism. Yeah, it's called Hitler particles. Hitler particles. That was a banger from Trotsky. Clips don't matter. The important thing is that people get their biases reinforced. Yeah, exactly. And once you like, and it paired that up with the fact that like there is a lot of resentment towards those who have hit the fucking lottery for understandable reasons. There's a lot of resentment because people are frustrated with their own circumstances, their own economic struggles. So when they see dumb dipshits like myself or anyone else that's like hit the fucking lottery and are unbelievably privileged, there is already like a pre-established resentment towards that. Just as there is a lot of love too, let's be real. The people that lean into that negative framing will constantly get rewarded for it. There's always a hater for someone out there. You know, you can be the most decent person. You can try to do your very best. It doesn't even fucking matter. People will always you will always have haters. I mean, even fucking Markiplier has haters, dude. Think about it like that. The man has been solid for multiple decades at this point, top of the game, and even he has fucking haters. Obviously, Miss Rachel has haters because like she has taken a position on issues, right? She's criticized unlimited child murder that Israel has partaken in, so obviously she has government ops, not dissimilar to myself in many respects. So it is what it is. This is just the environment that we live in. I mean, Jacksepticeye has fucking haters and he's like empathy maxing. Yeah. Elmo has haters. That's the kind of world we live in. Yeah. El Muhammad. El Muhammad. The Pope has haters. Nah, you're just up against regular cognitive biases. We've had these since we evolved. Blame Jesus or something. I don't know. I mean, it's not a secret that I think it's been accelerated through the way that the internet works. Constantly rewarding the most insane statements. You just gotta, I don't know, you just gotta live with it. There's not really anything else you can do about it, right?
on an antidepressant.
And is that good in terms of do they work?
There's highly problematic research on the fact that over 20% of U.S. women,
Thank you, Mr. President. What's the timeline for those?
She just wanted to say something.
I think what's really important about your order is we really want to understand why these rapid-acting treatments work. We need that for every treatment in mental health illnesses. Standard antidepressants in research, they do work for some people, but certainly not everyone. And if we think of cancer, all other conditions, we have a test to know which treatment is needed, and we don't have that for mental illness. It's guesswork.
This is tough.
So
with that, it either works or it doesn't work, and you have the result.
so
With this, you don't
as
know.
part of this order, I think it's really important that we're able to have the investment to understand who does this work for, and the test to accompany that. So thank you for
Do you
making
think
that
this can be a big step above antidepressants, what we're doing?
I think it can be identifying who doesn't respond to an antidepressant straight away, rather than waiting for years. And
What
being
percentage
able
of people respond positively to antidepressants? How much?
They don't have. Is it just about this particular cure? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna skip
Tell
it.
everybody how this happened. I sent President Trump some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent him that information. The text message came back, sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. It was literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
Hi, my name is Dr. Rubin, and President Trump signed an executive order today ordering the FDA to have a priority review on certain psychedelic medications used to treat PTSD and other related disorders, which it is important to have more focus on this because it is a significant problem. My concern is how this executive order came about and some of the framing behind it and how they are messaging it to the public. So Joe Rogan, who's a podcaster, not a medical professional, was able to send a small amount of data saying that the medication Ibogaine was safe and effective, and the president saying, hey, let's get this FDA approved, is not how the FDA actually works. It doesn't work on vibes. It works on evidence, looking at the body of clinical trial data to see if something is safe and efficacious. And right now, Ibogaine has very limited data in treating withdrawal and substance use disorder. In fact, it also has a lot of safety concerns because it's known to be potentially cardiotoxic. It can cause something called QTc prolongation, causing potentially fatal arrhythmias, and there's even been one death associated with this medication. It would not surprise me if the FDA doesn't approve this medication because recently leucovorin was being oversold by President Trump as a treatment for autism when in fact it didn't actually get FDA approval for autism spectrum disorder because it's really more about political vibes rather than actual data and being fully transparent.
I've spent my entire life working with.
Oh yeah, I'll play this when we get there. I'm gonna skip it for now.
I want to play a little bit of a game with you, Hasan.
A dangerous game, perhaps the most dangerous game. This was pissing people off on Twitter.
If you're a game, I'll tell you the game. I'm going to give you, it's a bit of a rapid fire, 2028 candidates, okay?
All right, let's do it.
I'm going to give you a name, and you'll say yes or no. Like, we'll go down the list, all right? All right, here we go. First name, Rahm Emanuel.
No, but also, it sucks because he said he would come on the show. He was like defending me. And not that I want him to come on the show, but no, definitely no.
Gavin Newsom.
No.
JD Vance.
No, absolutely no. So wait, is this who I'm voting for in 2028? Like, what's
This is would you vote for it? Okay, let me tell. Based on what you know about them today, would you vote for these people in 2028?
Oh my God. JD Vance. No, I will never vote for a Republican.
Gretchen Whitmer.
Maybe. Now we're getting into more comfortable waters. She's too anti-Medicare for all. You know, I think she's like she's linked to the private healthcare industry, but better than others. Definitely more responsive as a governor. But you know, I'm 50-50.
All right. AOC.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson.
No.
Cory Booker.
No, absolutely not.
John Ossoff.
Again, interesting candidate, maybe.
Kamala Harris.
Oh, God. No.
Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, no.
You've been, consistently critical of Democrats. What will it take for Democrats to win over Hasan Piker?
Oof. So much. I think they have to earn the trust of not only people like myself, but just the American people. They have to become a party that truly represents the interests of the masses, truly represents the interests of the working class. They have to have 1,000 Zorons and Grand Plattners and people that work in their own specific districts in their own states that are still almost single-mindedly and very stubbornly fighting to express the desires of the masses, fighting to improve their lives materially, and communicating that to as many people as possible to ensure that no Republican ever wins another election ever again. Thoughts on Peggy Flanagan? She's all right. I mean, she's good. This clip popped up on IG, and I've been arguing with people claiming you'll never vote for a Democrat, all goddamn nothing. But that doesn't make sense. It's a clip of me promoting certain Democrats. Yeah, Peggy is a lot better than the opposition there. So Kamala truthers were calling you a racist. Yeah. Tom Steyer, interesting governor for the state.
You live in California. Who are you thinking about for the governor there? I mean, we have
the only way for me to not be racist by the K-Hivers is if I push for Abigail Spanberger. Okay.
You folks, it's been a bit of an upheaval lately. I mean, we could play the same game. I could give you a couple of names. You can tell me yes, no, and maybe give a little bit of an explanation. So let's start. Katie Porter.
No. Katie Porter was a very interesting candidate. Obviously, like she was able to take over a purple district and was making a name for herself. She had the whiteboard. She would cook all of these like executives. And then even before we found out about like her anger issues, the thing that I care about the most on top of that, because that tells me what your character is. But what I also care about on top of that is like what your attitude is about, like what forces you're going to represent, who you're going to back. And her rapid change from being someone who was like somewhat pro worker, pro responsive politics, potentially a Bernie-crat, right? Has shifted. She became anti-worker, and I find that to be a very dangerous type of politics. So definitely no on Katie Porter.
What about the people's billionaire, Tom Steyer?
So I talked to Tom Steyer. I interviewed him, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think he's the most interesting candidate with viability right now in this race. Even before Swalwell's allegations came up, and he had to quit the race and also resign from office. Those were like the top three candidates, right? You had Swalwell, you had Porter, and you had Steyer on like the Democrat camp. And then you have Bianco and Hilton, right? The two Republicans. The further to the lefties are going crazy with this part. Yeah, I don't really care, man. When have I ever cared about that? When? The irony is like I'm in this weird predicament all the time where people just like assume that I haven't been reliably making pragmatic choices for electoral viability when it comes to pushing the needle to the leftmost position possible. That's always been the case. And it's so funny that like centrist Democrats would be like, Hasan has never voted for a Democrat. He hates the Democratic Party. He wants to destroy the Democratic Party piece by piece. And then people to my left will always say Hasan is a sheepdog for the Democratic Party and he doesn't care about anything. None of his values matter. And he's a horrible Zionist or whatever. I've always been fairly pragmatic. I mean, there are red lines for me, right? But I still care about, I obviously care about getting the most leftmost position, like the leftmost candidate possible elected. Yes, NOT HasanAbi. I'm both simultaneously a radical and a revolutionary and don't care for electoralism. And also the guy who is always going to be a reliable Democratic vote. And I was genuinely terrified. I was talking to some other folks that also live in California. We were trying to figure out, like, what are we going to do here? And then also the Swalwell stuff came out. But yeah, I think Steyer, I can't believe I'm saying this, is probably a little bit more responsive than the rest of the candidates are. And all of those guys that we're voting for on the Democratic Party side, the establishment Democrats, they represent the interests of billionaires and millionaires regardless, even if they themselves are not billionaires or millionaires. So in the case of Tom Steyer, if he's advocating for, single payer healthcare in the state of California, that's a very appealing policy for someone like myself. I care about the policies and not the background of the person. So yeah, I think Tom Steyer could be a very interesting governor for the state. There are just so many attack ads on Steyer that that he's probably the better choice. Are there? I haven't seen any anti-ads at all. I don't watch TV, so I don't see it. Poe.
Now to early 2028 presidential positioning with some Democrat candidates visiting swing states. Today, 4 of those Democratic hopefuls speaking at Michigan's Democratic Party convention.
What about Becerra? He has a lot of momentum right now. The attorney general, right? Yeah. Chevron maxed out to his campaign. He refused to prosecute Chevron at the time. He is not great either. Or Becerra. Yeah. Directed someone calling you reformist to Stalin's foundation of Leninism, Chapter 7 strategies and tactics. Way too many people who haven't read theory come after you. It's just, I don't care.
MS Now reporter Nnamdi Egwuonwu is in Detroit, where Kamala Harris just spoke. So welcome, Nnamdi. What is her message today to the Democrats there? Are voters thinking about 2028 yet?
Yeah, for Obama 2028 against Trump declaring state of national emergency, what? Leftist criticism is honestly meaningless and not worth paying attention to. I mean, I don't think it's always meaningless. I'm a leftist who criticizes many candidates. How is Kamala even showing her face after all that's happened? No shame at all. Like my assessment is oftentimes race by race, depends on the position. And beyond that, my assessment revolves around viability. And the reason why I say that is because, like, there are candidates who have closer worldviews to someone like myself on a lot of these issues, even in the governor's race, even in the gubernatorial race in California. But if they're trailing at 1% to 5%, at some point you have to make these tough choices. As far as like the candidates that have viability goes, I look at who they are, like what forces they represent, and everybody always goes, Zoran was at 3%. Oh my fucking God. Ranked choice voting in a mayoral race in a crowded primary where there was ranked choice voting and it was far before the election actually took place. Like, please, guys, you have to be a little bit more serious. Like, just, I beg of you. Also, I'm not a kingmaker. I don't know why people have believed this falsehood that I've never claimed to be. Okay. I don't have the capacity to make or break a race. I can, lean into certain candidates, but yeah, this is, Xavier Becerra, why is he a non-starter for some voters? Solicited maximum contribution from Chevron. Blocked lawsuit against Exxon while Attorney General, his successor filed suit. I said it was Chevron, it was Exxon. Fought to keep police officer records sealed while Attorney General hiding serious police misconduct and unlawful use of force. Blocked state of California from releasing gun violence data to university researchers in violation of state law while Attorney General. Refused to endorse CalCare. does not support abolishing ICE, opposes billionaire tax initiative, will not speak out against genocide in Palestine, Israeli war crimes, or AIPAC. Can you explain what this private policy paper that Mallory McMorrow gave to AIPAC is? Yes. Candidates will go to special interest groups and will show them what their policies are going to be that are important to those special interest groups. Mallory McMorrow's team went to AIPAC. Mallory McMorrow's team showed Mallory McMorrow's policy positions on Israel, what she will do if elected on the issue of Israel. This call was leaked. Dropsite News reported on it back in the day. Here's a Mallory McMorrow donor talking to AIPAC. On a private donor call in August, a backer of Michigan Senate candidate Mallory McMorrow said that he had read her private AIPAC position paper and that it is outstanding, okay? Which means she went to AIPAC ahead of time and was like, please don't spend money against me. I will be a loyal servant of Israel, okay? You will like what I do about Israel. If you're wondering why that seems undemocratic, it's because it is undemocratic. That's just the way that politics is played in this country, where candidates, by way of their donors, will take their positions and how they will operate once they're in office to the different lobbying arms. Why didn't you bring this up in front of Abdul? Wait, what? You think Abdul doesn't know this? What are you, crazy? Which is why the other day, when Mallory McMorrow came out and said that she hadn't received a dime from AIPAC, I tweeted, I'd love to see the Israel policy papers your campaign privately gave to AIPAC. And where did you hear that, Hasan? From your own butt. I don't understand what these people are doing. Are these people just like why don't they have any shame whatsoever? Why do you think I'm saying something without any evidence whatsoever? And why are you not more embarrassed to just, retort like this? And not only that, but also, why do you even care about this race? Like, does this person talk about individual races, or is it just because I'm on one side, so they have to oppose the side that I'm on? It was, I didn't even realize that this person had a stake in the Michigan Senate race at all. I want to test this on one of these occasions where I just advocate for a candidate that I normally never would, to see if they would end up promoting the most progressive one, only to turn around and test out this theory. She's a grifter. She legit doesn't believe in anything. She called Ethan a genocide supporter before she worked for him. Gross. I just don't understand how you could betray any of your values like that. It doesn't make any sense. Very strange behavior. It's additionally strange that my former podcast co-host has people on his payroll that are specifically tasked with taking the oppositional position to whatever I say. But yeah, Stop Anti-Semitism came out against Mallory McMorrow. Said Mallory McMorrow states she isn't taking PAC money, even making a video denouncing AIPAC. Yet her husband just alerted us that J Street PAC is collecting funds for her. Hell yeah. I'm not going to touch this because I don't want Stop Anti-Semitism to stop posting this shit. You know what I mean? Good on her. That person got the slightest internet fame for literally yelling out her window at Trump rallies. She has literally attacked you for lack of activism, and this fool doesn't even get out of the car. Oh, she said some insane shit. Mallory needs to grow a spine and stand up to the anti-Semites who would throw her Jewish husband and their half-Jewish children in the ovens without blinking an eye. She miserably failed. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is an insane thing to say. Wow. What can you say? Very strange. Very strange. I'd love to see you get accountability for your violent rhetoric. Yeah. Have you heard of the Zionist movement? Yes. The only reason why I know about the Zionist movement is because, what's his face? Van Jones went to their DNC event. She brags on Ethan Klein's subreddit that she's always been a Hasan hater, but on her now deleted old account, she used to retweet you all the time. So odd. Huh. that's like that really is a weird way to operate. Cause like, is it worth it at the end of the day? I mean, I guess if she's making money, I guess if she's actually getting paid, then it's kind of worth it, you know? She also withheld her primary vote for Biden due to his stance on Israel-Palestine law. Oh my God.
Alex, you'd be surprised. Many are. You know, many of the voters we spoke to, as well as elected officials, delegates, they resent the fact that Kamala Harris did not win this state during the 2024 election, and they want to change that moving forward. Kamala Harris herself, I got to tell you, seeing her take the stage, seeing her, the excitement she still generates among people in this state, it makes clear that she still is, as polling suggests, one of the Democratic frontrunners, one of the probably most high-profile contenders we see with regard to 2028. As far as what we heard from her, she was not in any way hesitant to attack Donald Trump from everything from what she called his penchant for using military action to distract from controversial things like the Epstein files, also criticizing him for his handling of the economy and suggesting that he is now embarrassing America on the global stage. I want to play for you a portion of her remarks so you can see that she wasn't afraid to throw some punches today. Take a listen.
He entered a war, got pulled into it by Bibi Netanyahu, let's be clear about that, entered a war that the American people do not want, putting at risk American service members, and among the many consequences of it, it includes jacking up the cost of gas so that on average Americans are paying at least $15 more to fill up their tank. Diesel costs 50% more.
So Alex, so far today, in addition to the former vice president, we heard from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who made brief remarks. We heard from New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who actually chided voters here a bit for not, he described voters that agreed with Kamala Harris about 90% of things, but disagreed with her about 10% and chided them for not ultimately supporting her, saying essentially you disagree with her about that little bit and now have someone at the White House that you don't like at all. So that was interesting to hear from him. I want to point out what we didn't hear from Kamala Harris today.
Like it is.
Here's Booker pushing a vote blue no matter who argument while hoping we all forget that he hypocritically refused to endorse his own party's New York mayoral candidate, Zohran Mamdani.
After our primaries and Hillary Clinton was our nominee, there was some people, not all people, not even most people, some people said, well, I don't like her. I don't agree with everything she says. I saw it with Kamala Harris. There were too many people that say, I don't agree with her on everything. I mean, 90 out of 100, I agree with her, but those 10, I can't do it. Well,
it's funny because like there are now voters running around saying we need to do our own uncommitted movement, but this time in the opposite direction, the immoral direction, in direction of maintaining support for our favorite apartheid state doing a genocide. So now they understand taking a principled stance, except their principles are completely busted. Their principles are being pro-genocide.
you may disagree with her on 10% of her views, but you let someone get in office who you disagree with on everything. You let somebody get in office who is locking up our children. You let somebody in office who...
Bro, boomers are going to be the end of us. I swear to God. Boomers are going to be the end of us. The lead poison generation is going to barrel us down. Democrats, they're going to keep pumping out vote blue no matter who narratives, harm reduction narratives, hoping that that will carry them across the finish line, hoping that that will allow them to eke out a marginal victory.
Who's taking away our health care? You let somebody in office who's taking away workers' rights. You let somebody in office who got rid of...
Oh, God. This kind of stuff only works to an audience that is already primed to vote blue no matter who. Okay? You have to win votes. What are we doing? It is the fundamental principle of theoretical democracy. You have to win the votes. You can't expect people in the margins to make up their own damn minds about the cruelty of the Republican Party. Even if that allows you to win after 4 years of Republican cruelty, if you're winning a marginal victory with another establishment Democrat, Republicans are going to come back even stronger than before. I don't know why. Like, all I am asking for is for politicians to run, not against the Republicans, but to run for something, to stand for something. Now, of course, these politicians are standing for something. They're standing to be controlled opposition to the Republicans. When I see this kind of rhetoric, I think of Jared Golden, okay? The standalone vote that allowed the legislative body to pull up the War Powers Act against Donald Trump to continue to fail. A lot of these guys make it seem as though the National Democratic Party is not judged by their weakest candidates, is not judged by its rotating villains. They lie and say, oh, Jared Golden had to be that standalone vote. They lie and say, oh, Joe Manchin, we have to have him on our side because otherwise, he's not going to be a reliable vote where it matters, where Joe Manchin is never that reliable vote where it does matter. Joe Manchin is there to undermine the Biden agenda. Same with Kyrsten Sinema. People talk about building coalitions with right flank Democrats and act as though their position in the party isn't to just destroy the party's agenda. That's their role. That's their fucking role. That's their goal. That's the whole point we need to have from the Democratic Party's perspective. There needs to always be at least like 5 to 10 votes that will always sully progress, so that the Democrats can turn around and go, ugh, we can't do anything. See, our own guys are cucking us. You're the leader of the party. Whip the votes. The fuck do you mean? Threaten them. Threaten them to play ball with the rest of the party. Look at the way Trump operates. No matter how devastating the agenda is, Trump will just call up individual spoilers in the Republican caucuses and will threaten the fuck out of them. That's him whipping the votes for his agenda. It's so stupid.
The Department of Education, holding it like it is.
I've never seen Booker so fired up. No, he's always this fired up when it comes to shit like this. Despite heavy strikes, Iran still retains substantial military capability. About 40% of his attack drones, roughly 60% of his missile launchers, and potentially up to 70% of his missile stockpile. Source, the New York Times. Yeah, they're all doing the campaign trail today, including John Ossoff, who is it? God damn, why am I so fucking tired? I have an interview coming up. I got to lock in. I went to bed early, too. Look, my position on Ossoff is if he wants to be the next president, he has to come out and call what Israel is doing a genocide. He has to make every dollar of the $5.2 million that he's gotten from the Israel lobby scream, okay? What is this? Israel before the Haredi revolution. The reports about soldiers who were sent to prison because of a barbecue on the Sabbath and about female soldiers who were fined for not dressing modestly enough are not curiosities. This is the story itself. We're in a struggle. Rahm Emanuel tells Bill Maher no more aid to Israel. Yeah, I mean, Rahm Emanuel is like aggressively vying for the presidency.
My view on this whole thing is the Senate shouldn't be in the business of picking which weapons. No more U.S. military as a financial assistance by the taxpayers for Israel. You're a country like all other allies of ours, Japan, South Korea, the Brits, the Germans. You're going to pay full price. You can buy what you want, but you have to abide by the laws. That should be it. I don't think the Senate should be in the place of playing Solomon, that weapon, not that weapon. No more U.S. taxpayer support. It's not where Israel was 20 years ago, not where, and I was in the room when President Obama, largest assistance was under President Obama. We did the funding for the Iron Dome, but here, the days of taxpayers subsidizing Israel militarily, that's over. No more financial aid. My view on this whole thing is...
Yeah, they're moving into the J Street position, which is like, oh, Israel can buy the weapons. No, embargo. That's what we need to get.
Here's Patrick Bet David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics... have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do," they'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
Yeah.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews, and they act like they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have, centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide, it's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Jews don't have somebody they listen to that says, "Hey, you better do this." Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, "Hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one."
No.
If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is it? Which pastor?
Yeah, exactly. No, they don't.
We don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's just the Bible. So if you look at only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme.
No, only Shias have that. And even Shias have disagreements on who it is. Sunni Muslims don't have a caliphate anymore, big dog.
Leader, like, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world.
Catholicism?
Islam. I'm sorry, the Islam.
I bet he's not going to say Israel, right?
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Those are the two major theocracies.
So actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress. They hate the Jews, as Patrick Bet-David just said. Catholics have a problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and it's taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque, of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people. And anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion.
So, Tucker, it's interesting. I watched this video a few times, and respectfully, I want to respond to you because you're a formidable voice. Whether I agree with you or not, you're somebody that's very good at getting your message out there. And I think at this point, if there's anybody that believes in your ability, it's a guy like this who, after I sold my company, offered you a $100 million contract. I even went on your friend Megyn Kelly's show when I announced it, and she was asking specific questions. I said, "Yep, we went to your house, we made the offer." Then we spent some time together. I came to Maine, and we did your show, and we've had a couple good conversations together. So I believe in you. I think you're funny, quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like you do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did.
Bro, why is there a smoke detector in this dark room that Patrick Bet-David is talking in? A smoke machine, not a detector. What the hell is going on here? These guys have upgraded their beefs, I guess.
That with me, he hates Catholics. He hates this. Catholics hate the Jews and all this stuff that you did. It's a little bit of your shtick, which I get. But let me kind of get into a few things I want to address with you in this video. And maybe you're not aware of it. A few things you need to know about me. My number one priority is to make sure America stays as the greatest country in the world. Period. Full stop. I'm America first. I'm a Christian, non-denominational Christian that you need to know about me. And by the way, I'm Armenian, which, by the way, the first nation that accepted Christianity as their religion was Armenians. And the only ones that debate Armenians on them being first is Assyrians, and my dad is Assyrian. Maybe that's the reason why my parents divorced each other twice, married each other, and divorced each other. So Armenian, Assyrian, Christian, America first. I want this thing to be the greatest country in the world. I want capitalism to be common sense for everybody to realize that if a new person wants to come up and have their dreams become a reality, I want that to be out there. But I wonder if that's where you are today. You were always there for many years until what's happened with you the last couple of years. So let me kind of address a few things. So you said something a couple weeks ago. You said Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. It's interesting. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West? It's a pretty bold statement. I mean, it's like you're selling Sharia law more than you're selling America. You had a guest on a couple of weeks ago. Your guest said, you know, that capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity. Christianity is socialism at its core. You almost agreed with them. And you're like, yes. And you almost agreed with them. So socialism, Christianity at its core, you almost sound like you're supporting maybe a Mamdani in New York or maybe an Ilhan Omar. Maybe those two will be in your podcast.
Yeah, famous supporters of Sharia law.
Yes, in the next few months, I don't know. I'm trying to see what you're solving for. See, this is kind of where I'm at with my life that most people don't know about, but let me kind of share. For 7.5 years, I worked with Mormons. Guess what? I read everything I could on Mormons, and I realized it's not a denomination for me. I'm not interested. I watch all the videos you're not supposed to watch. Ask me how many bad experiences I had with Mormons. 0. They're phenomenal people. I work with Seventh-day Adventists, and I learned that on Saturdays, you know, there's Saturday, Sunday, all these different things. Very interesting. Guy named Juan Rivas, big community. Not for me, but guess what? I got along with them. Jews. I notice Jews, when I do business with them, it's very interesting if you negotiate with them. They're going to be very, very making sure they get all the benefits on their side. But ask me how many times I've had issues with Jews. Never. Okay, if you ask me about Catholics, I built an insurance company with 60,000 insurance agents, 54% Hispanic. And what do you think most Hispanics are? Catholics. Never had one issue with a single Catholic in my life. And last but not least, Islam, Muslim. I lived with them for 11 years. When you say Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West, I lived with the IRGC and the Hezbollahs in Iran, where my mother and my sister were frightened to walk outside. That's this guy. I lived with them, okay? Not hypotheticals. And, you know, we are now both very wealthy. You come from a very wealthy family. I think you also may have married into a wealthy family. And you made a lot of money. You made a lot of money in your life, and your business is doing very well today. When you go to dinner, you're having dinner with people that are going to make sure you see the best side of everything you go to. When I went to Mumbai, they showed me the best part of Mumbai. I went to the slums because I wanted to see what it looked like. Whatever part of the world I go to, I get treated royally today. Why? Because they want to show me the best. But I lived in the worst when our family had...
He's the GOAT, dude. Everyone's always trying to show me the best stuff. I'm the man, dude. I mean, if that's the case, don't you think that like maybe Mormons did that too? And all the people that you work with did that too, not just people in Mumbai?
Nothing. Literally nothing is what we had when we lived in Iran. Regular places, we lived in the city of Tehran. But you know, as crazy as that is, do you know my chef that lives with us? When we go on the road, he's with us all the time. Do you know he's Muslim and he's Turkish and he's still a Muslim? And do you know what Turks did to Armenians and Assyrians? You ever heard of the Armenian genocide or the Assyrian genocide?
Damn.
You ever heard of that? 1.5.
He's like, I have a slave now. I have a Turkish slave in revenge for my ancestors. I bring him everywhere with me. I show him the world. I say, this could all be yours, but you can't have it. He went and got himself a janissary.
500,000, 300,000, 200,000. I love this guy. He's a great guy to us. He's very good to us. Because I isolate the relationship with that individual. And I still tell him how concerned I am with what Islam could do to America. I am still concerned of that, of what's happened in many different societies. Look,
he's monitoring the situation with Islam. He's keeping a close watch on this Islam situation, you know, because he's worried. He's concerned that it's going to take over America.
Get, you know, what they're doing in Minnesota, many markets that we read about. Look at what's going on in New York right now. Look at what's going on in a couple places in Plano.
Wait, what? What's going on in New York? When these guys talk about New York, they make it seem like New York is now under the Islamic Caliphate or something. Like, what the...
On how they're growing. And so Charlie Kirk, whom you and I think, both admire, Charlie Kirk once said, I think it was 2 days before he was killed. I think it was 1 day before he was killed. He said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Let me read it to you one more time. Islam is the sword the...
Bro, they are unironically reading hadiths. He said Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him, the great prophet, had a take on Islam. The prophet Charlie Kirk said, Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America. Liberals also agree with these guys. Oh yeah, Noah Smith. I've sat here for years and watched Republicans embrace their worst extremists. I don't want to see the Democrats do the same. Obviously, Noah Smith is a disgusting monster. Another major Islamophobe. I'm not happy about the growth of Islamo-leftism in America down this path, and it's not good.
Left is using to slit the throat of America. Do you agree with Charlie? Because I do. I do. Because it's all like, hey, let's make it not a big deal. Let's be tolerant. Let's be tolerant Christians. Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced than the West. Let's just be tolerant. It's okay. Let's be tolerant. Let's accept all this stuff. Let's allow all this immigration that's going on in UK. It's not a big deal. They're not that bad. It's fine. They don't live the way you do. They just don't. They don't live by the values you and I live in America.
I love that he's not out woking Tucker, but instead out racisting Tucker. Like, this is right-wing infighting.
They don't. Now, if you I have a lot of friends that, like Andrew Tate chose to become a Muslim. If you've already converted, but you've not made the announcement publicly, listen, to each his own. You're making that decision as an adult. I support it. More power to you. But my priority is America first. My priority is to make sure we advance America in a way that young men are able to make enough money to get married and have 3+ kids, preferably 4, and be able to have their kids' dream become a reality, where if they want to go build a business and make billions, do it. If you want to make millions, do it. If you want to go in a million.
Am I value tained? Always. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Wait, what do you mean? You want the kids? You want... Guess who's having a shit ton of kids, man? Muslims, Listen, I don't want kids to be, I don't want people to come to America and Muslimically have 3+ kids. I want them to have kids Christian style.
Military, do it. If you want to go out there and, have a regular.
The best thing about Patrick Bet-David is that he's a brown man, Muslim. Wait, is he Muslim? No, he's not Muslim. Has an insanely Jewish last name and is Iranian, Armenian, Christian Shah enjoyer. Oh, you're saying he's a brown man, as in he's Muslim coded for that reason. Yeah, it is. He is everything all at once. He's just the perfect guy to come out of South Beach, okay? He's insanely popular in the Muslim community. Oh, God. Yeah, I like that a guy that looks like this is talking to Tucker Carlson and saying Tucker Carlson is a secret Muslim.
Job, making $58,000 a year at whatever company, but you're happy about your job because you're a school teacher, go do it. That's what I want. And as a Christian man, non-denominational, Christ is king. I say that comfortably. My life changed the day I accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, January 21st of 2004. I will say that to a Jew, to a Muslim, to a Catholic, to anybody. That's my faith. And every day I fall short. When we first moved to Florida, for the first 30 days, every single night, I would walk and I would listen to this version of Amazing Grace, because that's the only thing I relate to. Those words, you know the words. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. That, I want to read this.
He's the man, dude. That is what I listen to. Come on, how are you not value-tained? He's so funny. He's so unintentionally funny. Oh my God, this banged. 600,000 views in 19 hours. I like that he has to read it, by the way. He's like, oh, I internalized the message, except I want to read it now. This impacted my hugely. I do not know the words by heart. 51,000 likes.
This thing to you, that saved a wretch like me, like this guy. Regular guy, a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. Jesus Christ changed my life. And I'm a Christian man saying this, a business owner. Most people don't know what I do.
Most people don't know what I do. I'm a business owner. I didn't know that either.
Throughout the day, I run companies for a living. I'm not a media guy. We've grown this business from 9 employees to 165 employees. I'm in meetings from morning till night, and I love what I do because I live in the greatest country in the world. So, message back to you. I don't want to be enemies with you. Although if you want to be enemies, I'm okay with that as well. It doesn't bother me. But I don't want to be enemies with you because I actually want to believe deep down inside you love America. you love America. I want to believe deep down inside you're there. And whether you know this or not, you have a lot of influence right now. I do think one of the topics that's going to be an issue on the ballot.
Yeah, he's like a MLM schemer, by the way, which is probably unsurprising to zero people. MLM schemer, born again Christian, loves capitalism. That's his only real religion. I mean, think about how he talks about Christianity versus how he talks about the real Christianity, which is capitalism.
Ballot for 2028 will be.
Patrick Bet-David founded PHP Agency in 2009, a financial services company specializing in life insurance that operates using multi-level marketing model. Critics, including a 2019 The Daily Beast investigation and YouTuber CoffeeZilla, have likened it to a pyramid scheme, alleging heavy reliance on recruitment fees, $150 training fee, monthly fees, rather than just product sales. Yeah. Do you think he has to do reshoots if there's not enough smoke behind him? No, he's one take Jake, dude. Come on.
Israel, control, AIPAC, all of that stuff. And I'd like to see how that, pans out and how it goes, because I like debates. I watch these debates. I watch what takes place. I watch to see where the market is going to. So I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're trying to get behind a Massey, because I think he's a pretty capable, talented guy. I don't know if you want to run. I don't know what you're solving for. I don't know if you're like, well, I don't care if we win the midterms. I don't care. Let a Democrat win. Sometimes America needs to go through the pruning process because I want to see destroy the GOP and start all over again. I don't know. Maybe that's the vision. If it is, more power to you. That's not my vision. My vision isn't that. And I have a sprinkle of libertarian in me because I want to be left alone and just kind of allow me to do that kind of stuff. So whenever I have the conversation and I listen to it, Dave, I agree with a lot of the stuff libertarian.
Yeah, he's like, I have a sprinkle of libertarianism in me, which is why I think we need to purge every Muslim from the boundaries of the state. Famously, a libertarian policy is too many Muslims in the country.
Also, but I think there's an end to it because we've already started a country the way that we are. And so you and I both get accused of something. I want you to process this, and I want you to know I'm open to it. You get accused of, this guy, Tucker's taking money. Oh, Pat's a Zionist. He's taking money from Israel. Never been to Israel. AIPAC messaged me and told me, you want to come to Israel? I said, I have no interest in going to Israel for you to pay for me. I'm going to go one day with my pastor. We've never taken money from anybody. And I'm so confident with myself on what I've done because there's only one thing I fear in my life, and that's God. I don't fear anything more than I fear God. And trust me, I fear God a lot because this thing's like this.
Trust me, I fear God a lot.
If you ever wanted to have fun, and let's just say, put it out there on the line, and again, I'll put the onus on you if you're open to this or not. Let's go hire 3 accounting firms. You pick one, I pick one, and let's get a third party that we both agree on, maybe like a KPMG, PwC, and BKD, hypothetically. Some of the biggest firms you probably recognize. You have money. You've done well for yourself. Let's have them do audited financials on me, my wife, and you and your wife, and report back to see if I've ever gotten paid from Israel, and report back to see if you've ever gotten paid from Qatar or Pakistan or any of these guys. All the businesses, all the LLCs, all the accounts, you know how this kind of works. They can kind of figure that out. And let's be honest with the audience. Let's be honest with the audience. If you're open to it, I'm available. We'll have to spend $500,000, something like that, because it's going to take a few weeks for them to do it. I am fully open to that idea if you are. And by the way, I know this may make you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to accept this offer, but I'm telling you, I'm comfortable if you want to do it. You don't have to do it because it's a little bit private, so I'm sure you're going to come out and say, how dare he want to look at my wife's bank accounts and all this other stuff, because some people may say, well, they can.
Patrick Bet-David is crazy. He pre-banned you years ago. Yeah, Patrick Bet-David refused to have me on the show. Not exactly sure why, but... Are we team Patrick Bet-David or Tucker? Which of these heroes are we fighting for? I say let him fight. I'm just in it to see 2 legends of the game duking it out, doing what they do best, okay? I love both of these guys, as you know. I have great love for both of them. They're at the peak. They're at the peak of their game, okay? I obviously, I'm a fan of Charlie Kirk, peace be upon him. So, I think to myself, like, what would Charlie Kirk do in this circumstance, in this situation? What would Charlie Kirk do? He would carry the fucking flame. And that's what I'm here to do. To carry the goddamn flame.
Pay your wife and not through you. And I get that as well. And that's why I want to be a little bit transparent with you. I've tried many times to build a relationship with you. It's been challenging. But I do want you to know that as a Christian man myself, no matter how much you go to a place to not want to believe in somebody, I've been instructed by God to try to do my best to have some grace. And I believe in you. I believe in your abilities. But I believe in God and America more than I believe in any man in America, because I've seen many great empires fall. And for as long as I'm alive and I'm kicking, and if God wants to use me as a voice to elevate how amazing of a country we live in, how lucky we are to be here,
both of these individuals, Tucker Carlson and Patrick Bet-David, have refused to have me on their shows. So I'm an outsider. What prompted this video? Apparently Tucker Carlson said something about Patrick Bet-David, and that's what took place. That's how this happened.
I'm going to use my voice to elevate that message. I've been doing that since the time I went to dinner with a few different people in LA, and I was inspired, and I was finally taught about how amazing this great country is, that we escaped Iran after 11 years and went to Germany at a refugee camp. And I finally came here. I served the U.S. Army 101st Airborne Division, one of the most proudest days of my life when I went into the U.S. Army. So that offers back to you. Now, you have my cell phone number. If you want to call, I'd love to. I'd love to. Your talent. I respect your ability on what you've done. But if you send your followers, and you got a lot of people that will do whatever you do, because you're the head guy at the top, and you know all the other people that follow whatever you say. So I trust all of them are going to probably attack me. I hope they don't, because I'd like to see that if the day Charlie passed, it was a heavy burden on me.
Peace be upon him. Charlie Kirk, the prophet Charlie Kirk.
Because I have young boys that love Charlie. I've never seen my son get emotional for 30 minutes the day Charlie died, and I was at an event that I couldn't even get to my son that night. I think there's a lot of movements that need our help.
He's like, the day Charlie Kirk died, it was really hard for me personally, okay? Because I couldn't be there to emotionally support my son, my adult son, who was emotional for 30 minutes. Okay, do you know how long 30 minutes is when you're emotional? It's very long. After 30 minutes was over, though, he ain't no pussy. He was back. He was back to Sigma grind set, okay? As soon as the 30 minutes were over, he looked at me and he said, "Dad, it's time to start a new business." What prompted this is because...
Just told us, can't be a Christian.
Tucker on the new religion of Trump's America and his mockery of Jesus Christ. 1.5 million views. Oh my God. This is America B shit, I think. Or maybe it's America A shit. I just don't even know about it. That's crazy though. 2 days, 1.5 million views. We have been focusing on monitoring the motherfucking situation like a bunch of dumb idiots, trying to make sense of what Trump is saying. Trying to understand if the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open or not. Meanwhile, these guys are just these guys are talking about shit that Americans actually care about.
It's amazing. But it's not just Lindsey Graham. This is everywhere today, in case you haven't seen it. Here's Patrick Bet-David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this. I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
Yeah. Why you have no emotion on YouTube? Why do you think, man? Because I'm not some fucking reactionary weirdo. It's so dope. We have another schism in 2026 somehow. Yeah. You mean the Patrick Bet-David Tucker Carlson schism, right? Not the anti-Catholic Church American Catholics. Because that's the real schism.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews. And they act like, they're all innocent and everything. And what of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide? It's like 1.213 billion. Jews are 15. Catholic, gosh, and
we already saw
look
this.
at even
To address
we already saw this.
Largest and oldest Christian denomination, and it's taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people. And anyone who doesn't is a Nazi. And by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion. That's what they're telling you out in the open. And the kind of casual dismissal, the mockery, the loathing of the oldest and largest Christian church, it's just remarkable. Now, again, Trump is someone who, you know, has a lot of problems showing respect to other powerful figures. And it's not just Trump. Most men like Trump are that way. They get along well with women because they're not threatened by women. Woman's probably not trying to like kill you and become king. They're kind of loyal. But other men, every other man to a certain male personality type is a potential threat. That's why kings kill their sons. Every man is a potential threat. And so Trump is not, on a gut level, instinctively respectful of anything or anybody. And that's one of the reasons he was a much needed transformative political figure for so long in the United States, because he was willing to ask questions that most people in Washington had never even thought of out of deference to the existing system. Like, why do we have NATO? Is it really a good idea to offshore manufacturing? Is our immigration actually, our system helping the United States or hurting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? All famously the questions that Trump asked about the way we were doing things were made possible. He was able to ask those things because he doesn't have reflective respect for anybody. Got it. And so when Trump mocks Jesus and the Pope and Christians and tweets out the F word on Easter morning, you're kind of like, well, this is awful, but it's also kind of consistent with the Trump we know. This is just Trump turned up to 11. But what's interesting is there are certain circumstances where Trump shows sincere reverence. There are the outlines of an actual religious faith here, and they're not what you would expect. So here, for example, is Donald Trump, the month before the last election, this is October 2024, visiting the grave of a man called Rabbi Schneerson, Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, who he's since passed away, the leader of a large Orthodox sect. He's Eastern European by birth, came with many of his followers to New York, to Brooklyn, and built a very successful, though relatively speaking, very small center of religious thought and political power, actually. He died some years ago. There's the now president standing there, looks like Howard Lutnick, wearing a kippah on his head. As you look at that, ask, is it possible?
Lamau, is this Trump is secretly Chabad? Yes. Trump is a Chabadnik. So is Zoran. And of course, how can I forget Vladimir Putin? I like that all of the leaders, all the centers of power are secretly Chabadnik. No, he's saying the argument he's trying to present. Well, he's not so subtly saying that Trump is secretly Jewish, but the argument on his face is him saying Trump has more reverence and respect for Jews than he does for his supposed own religion, Christianity, a religion that almost all of his supporters do believe in. He's trying to basically sever by force Trump's ties with his own base of support.
Able to imagine Donald Trump ever mocking Rabbi Schneerson, who, by the way, and this is kind of the point, is considered by some of his followers to be the Messiah. And to be completely clear, every American is allowed to decide for himself who the Messiah is, so that is not mockery of that belief. I don't personally believe it, but one of the reasons we've been able to live with people of different faiths in this country for 250 years is we don't mock other people's religious faith unless you're absolutely forced to, unless you're trying to make me attend your religious rituals or bow down before a God I don't consider God. Unless it comes to that, we kind of let each other have our own religious views. And that has worked. That's changing very, very fast, however. But ask yourself, can you imagine Donald Trump sending out a meme mocking Rabbi Schneerson? And of course, under no circumstances could you imagine that, because under no circumstances would that ever happen. Trump would not be allowed to do that, and Trump would never even consider doing it. But sending out multiple images mocking Jesus? No problem at all. So that gives you a more precise sense of what our civic religion actually is.
I just don't think that Tucker Carlson has motion amongst the people that he is seemingly trying to communicate to. Like, I don't think that there are, Trump supporters that are watching him and going like, oh my God, Tucker's right. Trump might be a secret Jew. You know, I don't. He absolutely does. Liberals love his takes. No, liberals like his takes. I think now Tucker Carlson is established an audience. He can still win back all the fucking Republicans like that, because it doesn't take much for Republicans to lend their support to someone. But I do think that he has a larger audience of like Bangladeshi unks than he does like American evangelicals at this point, at least on his YouTube page. And maybe liberals and independents as well.
Religion, by the way, is not a conventional religion. Civic religion is a series of customs, some enshrined in law, not all, that a society, civilization, and its government observe. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's a God at the center of it. That's why it's a civic religion rather than a conventional religion. But our civic religion is, if you, again, takes 3 steps back and is to assess the country with the eyes of a visitor, a modern Tocqueville, you can see it really clearly. What are the events? Who are the people who we treat with reverence? What are you actually not allowed to make fun of? What is blasphemy in modern America? Those are the questions you ask if you are trying to understand what our operative religion is. What's the religion of our leaders? Again, it's not a conventional religion necessarily. It's not Torah Judaism or Rabbinic Judaism or evangelical Christianity or Catholic Christianity. It's the actual religion, the real religion, the set of beliefs that we treat with reverence. Well, it just so happens there was a religious ceremony ongoing today in the United States Capitol, complete with very recognizable religious iconography, symbolism. You may not even have known this was happening, but it was happening today as part of an 8-day celebration of remembrance of the Holocaust, the period in the 1930s and 40s where the German government, the Nazi government, murdered, in addition to a lot of other people, a whole bunch of Jews. And that ended in part because the United States sent troops to Europe, millions of troops to Europe, to defeat the German government. And with the help of the Soviets, our allies at the time, we did that. And in the process of doing that, over 250,000 Americans, American men, were killed trying to stop the Nazi government from doing the evil things that it was doing. 250,000 more than American men died fighting the Nazis. But in today's ceremony in the Congress, there was no mention of them. There was instead this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, a museum leadership.
Yeah, you say a whole bunch of Jews when you don't want to say 6. Okay. I think maybe I'm reading too much into it, but he has had like the Holocaust revisionists and stuff on his broadcast before. So it's not, I noticed that too. I did perk up a little bit.
Program has included more than 72,000 U.S. military members. Through examination of the Holocaust, they gain insight into their own professional and individual responsibilities. The candlelighters are members of the United States Army 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
I am Sergeant Ethan Ottman. I remember.
I don't get it. Why is Tucker Carlson showing all this? I don't even understand what the fucking point is here. Like, what's the point of why he's showing all this stuff?
That is a current uniformed U.S. military member from the Old Guard, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, which is, ever present at our public events in Washington, lighting a candle at the menorah and saying, I remember. No explanation of, I remember what? What are we remembering here? And we do have a sense that we're not remembering the American soldiers who liberated Dachau, for example. We're not remembering the 250,000 American men who joined a war they had nothing to do with inherently. It wasn't taking place in North America, it was taking place in Europe. And the dispute was over Poland and Czechoslovakia.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Okay, I get what he's doing now. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. All right, I got a guest. We're done with the Tucker Carlson portion here. Welcome. Nice to meet you as well. Do you have a let me get a chair real quick. Always. You never issue with dogs, right? No issue. All right, perfect. This out of the way. Get this in front of you. There we go. Okay, you can come a little bit closer. I think this should be. Wait, hold on. Let me move a little bit that way, and then you move a little bit that. All right, perfect. All right, now we're centered. Dr. Adam Hamawi, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. He is a surgeon running for New Jersey 12. It's a D+13 district. He's an Army veteran. He served as a doctor in Gaza, spent 3 weeks in Khan Yunis. Very honored to have you here today. Very excited to talk to you. You have a very interesting and storied career, and we're gonna get into all of that. But once again, thank you so much for coming. I see that you have a One Piece pin. That is crazy. What's that about?
Well, I'm a new fan. Basically, I've been traveling with my daughter. She went to the West Bank with me last year. We go to protests, and every time we go somewhere, she's like, "There's Luffy and there's One Piece."
That's crazy.
And finally, like a few weeks ago, I was at a ICE detention center at Delaney Hall in New Jersey, and flying outside of the center, this huge One Piece flag. And that was like the straw. I just went home that night and started watching and, trying to catch up. Got a few hundred episodes to go.
Well, wait, it's 1,000 episodes. You're in?
I'm only about 20 in, so I got
you got a few thousand episodes to go. Here's the other thing. Oh yeah, we have some special treats for you. I've heard that this is
how did you know that?
Something that you enjoy. Here you go.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we got the Entenmann's too. Like, how did you find that out?
Yeah, I heard that you're a fan of the bad chocolate covered Entenmann's cake donuts.
It's like rocket fuel. When you're up late at night and you just need something to keep you going, it's sugar and caffeine.
And an orange Celsius. But before we get into that, before we get into One Piece and stuff, let me do an intro real quick. Adam Hamawi is a surgeon, like I said, running for U.S. House in New Jersey 12th District. Dr. Hamawi volunteered on a medical mission in Gaza, where he worked at European Hospital in Khan Yunis, where he was stranded after Israel closed the Rafah crossing, and later said the experience fundamentally changed how he thinks about U.S. foreign policy, humanitarian aid, and public health. Back here at home, Dr. Hamawi is campaigning on the idea, healthcare, not bombs. He supports Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, unrigging the U.S. economy, and ending America's aid to Israel. The New Jersey 12th seat will be opening as Bonnie Watson-Coleman is set to retire after her term ends. Back to One Piece.
Yes.
There's an entire arc that's dedicated to socialized medicine. So I think you'll appreciate that.
I haven't gotten there yet, but my daughter Amina is telling me what it symbolizes, and it's fighting against oppression and tyranny. And I've seen that everywhere, and I'm a big fan of fighting oppression and tyranny because I've seen that firsthand, and disrupting the system, which is what we need here in the United States. So
hell yeah. Well, all right, let's get started. People might not know this about you, but when you were back in Iraq, you were credited with saving Senator Tammy Duckworth's life. And in 2024, she had to step in to call upon Israel to allow you to evacuate Khan Yunis. You were among 3 of the 20 doctors who refused to evacuate until Israel agreed to allow a new set of doctors to come in to replace you. Can you walk us through what happened in that process?
My relationship with Senator Duckworth goes back a long time. And I was there in Iraq. It was November 2004 when her Black Hawk was shot down. And it was a mass casualty event. We had the entire crew come in. She was the most seriously injured. And what really stands out that day is that she came in and all she kept asking was, "How's my crew? How's my crew?" Which, that kind of burned her name into my brain. I took care of hundreds of troops when I was there. But I was always able to remember her, and I was able to remember, she symbolized everyone else I took care of. And we operated for a few hours. Really, she was in serious condition. And once we had her stabilized, she was flown out and evacuated. And it was a few years before we reconnected again. And then she got the chance to return the favor when I was stuck and my team was needed help. She was instrumental in, calling on the U.S. State Department and the Israeli government to get us out.
Yeah. So let's talk about that experience. I've interviewed a bunch of doctors that have done medical missions in Gaza, for Sidwa, the Beast from the Middle East, to name a few. And that experience is usually harrowing. I hope you don't mind me asking about what took place there. But one thing that I wanted to ask you in particular is, as an American doctor, did you feel a sense of protection, given that you were an American versus local doctors like Hasan Hamdan, who, along with his family, was killed by an Israeli airstrike inside of a safe zone, or what they call a safe zone?
So there's no safe area in Gaza. Everywhere has been targeted. We had bombs falling really close to the hospital that shook us. We couldn't stand straight at some points. However, we did feel safer than other areas. And that was one of the main reasons that I didn't want to leave. And the two that went with us is because having foreign doctors in that space gave a sense of security also to the Palestinians that were there, because all the hospitals had been raided and targeted. And, having international attention on us made it less likely that the Israelis would hit it. They've hit other people in the past and called it accidents, so that could still always happen, the quote accident that continue to go on. But yes, we were safer, but not safe.
Yeah. You've mentioned in other interviews that you saw zero evidence to back up Israel's claims that Hamas was using hospitals as a command center, yet Israeli bombs never really stopped dropping on every single one of Gaza's hospitals. What did you see personally inside of these hospitals in Gaza when you were working?
So I saw broken hospitals. These are hospitals that are overwhelmed. They have little resources, little personnel. I had more access than most Palestinians. As a surgeon, I could walk into I could walk into any room in the hospital without restriction. There was nowhere that was said, this is not allowed. And this was not available to everybody else. And I was in that hospital. I was in, EGH, which is the European hospital. I was in Nasser. No signs at all of any military activity. I see more military activity with a security guard, in my local hospital standing at the door than what I saw in Gaza. I saw no weapons at all. No one that looked at all like a military, person. And 99.9% of the people coming in were clearly civilians, unless you want to call any young man who is 20 or older a combatant, which is not reasonable.
Yeah. You said that in the 3 weeks you spent at European General Hospital in Han Yunis, you performed 120 surgeries, and more than half were on children. All but one was for treatment and reconstruction of war wounds. Israel killed two of your colleagues while you were there. You stated that some of the doctors around you reported being tortured while they were under Israeli detention. How did this sequence of events change your outlook on humanity? And what do you believe we can do as Americans? What can the American government do?
This was not my first time in a combat zone. I've seen war. I was in Iraq. I was in Bosnia, which was another genocide that was, 20, 30 years ago. I was, with the Syrian war, I was helping with the refugees, saw what that was about. And what I saw in Gaza was at another level altogether. This was a genocide. Every single day I saw, mass casualties. And I'm talking not like 6 or 7 people. We're talking 20 people coming in at a time. And these are families that have been deliberately targeted. And the reason I say it's deliberate is you could call an accident when it happens not once or twice. This happened every single day I was there. And having children and families come in maimed, dismembered, and these were our bombs that were falling. I'm paying for this.
Yeah.
I'm paying for this with my own tax dollars.
Yeah.
And I come home and people don't believe what's happened. And I witnessed it with my own eyes and I took care of these children. And I felt guilty that I got to leave and we had to leave Palestinians there. They can't get out. They have to live with this every single day. And I'm paying for their misery. And so I had to go to Washington and start talking about it. It was just as important as taking care of the children with my own hands there. It's just as important as operating is to tell, our lawmakers so that they have no excuse that they didn't know.
Yeah. And now similar atrocities are also taking place, have continued in Gaza and is now taking place in Lebanon. And our tax dollars are also contributing to similar instances of violence in Iran as well, all at the direction or directly in the hands of Israel. In the New York Times, you were quoted as saying children who lost limbs and could not specifically said they wished they had died and some wanted to kill themselves. In the same article, multiple other doctors were quoted as saying, I couldn't believe the number of kids I saw shot in the head. How do we make sure this never happens again? And how do you feel about the fact that this level of reporting had to happen? The New York Times reporting was independently conducted by doctors from different parts of Gaza that had not corresponded with one another, and yet there were still people that were questioning those reports and criticizing those reports.
Well, this is what we're doing right now. I mean, it's still happening. When we say never again, it's still happening right now. There are still children being killed in Gaza. They're being killed in Lebanon. On the first day of the war with Iran, the United States of America, not Israel, dropped a bomb on a school filled with girls. So what we have to do is actually speak up. We actually have to say stop. We have to stop funding it. We have to, this is not just like a foreign war. This is our money that we could be using in our communities. We could be using it to fix our healthcare system, our education. We could build roads. We could actually have like a high-speed rail system. This is our money that we're spending over there to just create misery and, commit atrocities that we're supposed to be preventing.
Yeah. Do you believe that there should be a full arms embargo in Israel?
Absolutely. 100%.
There are many in Congress that have now chosen to make this distinction between defensive weapons and offensive weapons, or rather have decided to lean into no distinction between the two, but seemingly are using this as an opportunity to say, look, we won't pay for Israel to purchase these weapons, but we'll still sell these weapons. Do you feel like that goes far enough in terms of restraining Israel?
It's not far enough. We first need to follow our own laws. We are not supposed to be selling weapons, any kind of weapons, to any country that is breaking international humanitarian law, that is committing genocide or atrocities. And when we talk about the Iron Dome or any kind of defensive weapons, what it's doing, it's insulating Israel from having to make decisions to make peace, and it really isolates them from having to deal with the consequences. Yeah. It's like giving a bully body armor to go bully people some more. We need to be able to have them feel the effects of war, and then they'll stop and they'll actually have a conversation.
Beyond that, do you support sanctioning the state of Israel?
Yes, like every other state. I mean, what makes it different than Russia or Iran in the case that we've talked about for years? If that's the case, what makes Israel so special that they don't have to abide by the rules that everyone else does?
So you worked in other war and disaster settings. You briefly alluded to this, but I wanna talk a little bit more about it. What was different about Gaza medically and morally from Iraq, Haiti, Turkey post-earthquake, or even back here treating 9/11 first responders?
What made Gaza different is, first, the number of children that I had to see. I saw more children in 3 weeks than I saw in 8 months in Iraq. Part of it is because the population is so dense. Children make up about 50% of the population.
Yeah.
And so when you drop a 2,000-pound bomb on a bunch of tents, it's not a surprise that most of the people that are going to be killed are going to be children coming in. And this was also a deliberate targeting of civilian population. In other wars, civilians I've seen get hurt. I've seen, quote, collateral damage. I hate that term, but it's a reality. But to have the civilians be like 80 or 90% people coming in my case, 100%, based on my observations, then this is not a war. This is ethnic cleansing. You're not fighting Hamas. You're not fighting anyone. You're really eliminating people and, causing fear and wanting them to flee, but they're trapped and they can't go anywhere. And then when they move to one part of Gaza, then you drop bombs on them over there. This is not a war. It's extermination, which is what's happening.
I went to Cuba recently, and I saw hospitals in a dire state of disrepair. I saw an energy grid that had collapsed due to our design on this country, a country that we've actually sanctioned, unlike Israel, which deserves the sanctions, a country that we had sanctioned because they had a successful revolution where they were able to develop autonomy, develop sovereignty and dignity for their people. And we didn't like that. It's a sanctions regime and a blockade that has continued for almost 60 years, and it's worsened over time, not allowing the island to engage in commerce, not allowing the island to engage in regular international trade. I talked to doctors who told me about not having access to medical equipment, or sometimes even getting to purchase medical equipment from Europe, from European companies that were not tied to the United States of America. Sometimes an American company would go and purchase these European companies. And once that purchase took place, they would no longer be able to purchase different parts, different components that were necessary for repairs. And that would cause them to basically throw out this medical equipment. How do you see these conditions connecting to what you saw in Gaza versus back here in the United States? And do you have a solution for that as well?
Well, when you do the sanctions, or in Gaza, when you're having this siege where you're not allowing any medication, where you're destroying their electricity grid, you're destroying sanitation and clean water, you're harming the regular people. You're harming civilians. They're the ones most vulnerable. Military, just like in the United States or everywhere else in the world, they're going to have priority. They're still going to be able to function. But what we've done in Cuba, for example, it's been 60 years. Everyone who made any kind of decision or was involved in a revolution has long gone and passed. Mm-hmm. And what you've left is their children and grandchildren who are still living with the consequences of policies that we have in place and punishing people who had nothing to do with it at all. And that doesn't move us forward. We're just avoiding the conversation. And what's happening in Gaza is, again, you're punishing regular people. You're punishing 2.1 million people. About 10% of them have been killed already. And you're not really solving the problem. You're not addressing the issues that are hard to face, is why this is happening, why, these are human rights we're talking about: food, water, medicine. And we're supposed to be the preeminent fighter and protector of human rights. Yeah. And what we've become is really the villain in this whole story, where we're taking this away from people.
We'll move away from Israel-related questions because people always say I care too much about it, which is a ridiculous thing to say. In general, it's the great crime of our generation. And I do think it's a good litmus test to see whether or not people who are running for office are responsive to the needs of their base of support. This has become a 90-10 issue in the Democratic Party. What distinguishes you from your opponents in the primary on this issue in particular?
On this issue of...
Yeah, on the issue of Israel. Before we move on, that's my last question.
I've been on the ground. I've experienced it, firsthand, the genocide that's happening. There's very few people have been in Gaza, journalists. No one from the outside world could come and speak firsthand. I'm not watching, videos. I'm not listening to hearsay. I'm telling you as an eyewitness. And I'm not afraid to speak up since day one. And day one did not start on October 7th, 2023. It was long before that, that this is an apartheid state, that we're violating human rights. And I haven't been afraid to say it when it was not popular. And I will continue not to be afraid when I go to Congress, because that's where we need to be talking about this. We need to be saying, why are we funding, a country that, really doesn't respect us? Like I said, I was there. They knew as a U.S. citizen, I had a passport, I was wearing the flag, and they still had an M16 pointed at my face, and they said they didn't care. So why do we care about them so much?
Okay, well, I lied. I have one more thing about Israel.
Yeah.
And your opponents. One of your opponents, Sue Altman, previously ran in a nearby district and had considerable support from AIPAC-linked group DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel. She's now distanced herself from the organization and recently announced she's raised $400,000 in the first 2 months of campaigning. You're also up against East Brunswick Mayor Brad Cohen, who was also putting up six-figure fundraising totals in late 2025. There are nearly a dozen other candidates also vying for the seat. What differentiates you from, and what will it take to win this race?
So I'm coming in as an outsider. All my life, I've been working with my hands, serving people. I take care of people in New Jersey every single day. I take care of them in my practice, in the emergency rooms. I've volunteered all my life, to selflessly go and serve people who need it the most around the world. I have not been involved in politics because I thought that I was making a difference, taking care of one patient at a time. And what I've realized is that I'm putting a Band-Aid, and you can't treat all these patients when the ultimate source of their misery is really coming from Washington. We're told, we have patients that can't afford insurance. We have patients that can't, that can't afford their premiums. They're deciding between, paying their rent and their medical bills. And I see we're spending tons of money on bombs and stealth bombers and aircraft carriers. And, this is the same problem. What's happening in other countries is affecting us because this is how we're deciding to spend our resources. We should be spending it on healthcare and not bombs. We should have a universal health system like every developed country that's out there, where healthcare is a human right. And if you walk in and you're sick, you're going to get taken care of and not get thrown in the street. We should be spending in our education. And so as a doer and as a surgeon who normally goes in and cuts out disease and fixes it, I feel I have something to say and something to do. And like I've always done in my life where I've acted, I'm not going to be the same old politician. I think we need a change in Washington.
Yeah.
And I'm that change.
You spent 8 years as a surgeon in the National Guard and the United States Army. Many young physicians choose a similar military path to graduate from medical school without having the incredible burden of student loan debt. What's your vision for guaranteeing young people's access to the highest quality education in the world without having to go into crippling debt to receive such educations?
Yes, the military is a path forward for so many people in vulnerable communities that can't afford education, that don't have access to it. And I had the opportunity by joining the National Guard and eventually got a scholarship. But you shouldn't have to go to Iraq to be able to pay for Rutgers. And what we need is tuition-free public education. Again, just like healthcare, this is a basic that, we should be providing for, Americans to be educated, to be able to compete in the world. When we talk about national security and safety, education helps with that. We don't want to be the dumbest country in the world over time. So what we need to do is invest in our education and be spending there. And that starts with providing it for everyone so that they have the opportunities and we could thrive.
What's your fat sandwich order?
Turkey sandwich.
No, okay, never mind. You said Rutgers, so I'm asking you. You gotta have a fast sandwich order.
A fast sandwich. Well, listen, I'm back when Cluck You Chicken was around, so
Okay.
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, I think it was still around while I went there. A considerable percentage of your district, 40 to 50%, work white collar jobs in offices. What's your plan to make sure they're able to continue putting food on the table as AI inevitably replaces some, if not all of those jobs, as some of these AI companies are claiming is going to happen?
Well, AI exploded over the last few years. Everyone thought it was science fiction just 5 years ago. and it's clearly going to make a difference. It's going to make things more efficient, but we need to completely understand its implications. And so we need to slow down. We need to stop, figure out how it's impacting education. What's it doing to our children's minds? What's it doing to the workforce? What's it doing to our climate? Our electricity bills are skyrocketing because of the data centers. We know that it's sucking up water, and so we need to understand the pros and the cons in order to move forward. So it is here to stay, but we need to approach this carefully. I support Bernie Sanders' moratorium so that we could figure out the right path forward.
Okay. This is a question that I ask every candidate that comes on the broadcast, is the Zoran method. What are your top 5 policies that you want to be defined by?
So, I talk about healthcare, not bombs. I talk about abolish ICE and to unrig the economy, but let's unpack that. So healthcare, not bombs means Medicare for all, and not bombs means we need to address our foreign policy, and we need to look at the military industrial complex, take it apart, and really see what we need. We are spending $1 trillion, on our defense / Department of War / Department of War crimes now. And what we need to do is spend that in healthcare and spend it in education. We need to abolish ICE. And so not only do we need to, abolish it, but we need to dismantle the DHS completely. So I want to go further because the DHS was formed over 20 years ago after 9/11. And it was formed to basically target Muslims and target Arab communities, and has evolved so that it's really Black and brown communities around the country. It's not making us any safer. And why is it lumped in with organizations like FEMA and the TSA? So now when we're trying to block funding for ICE, we can't fly out of our airports, and God forbid a storm or an earthquake hit, we wouldn't be able to respond, or we don't have funding for FEMA. FEMA used to be its independent agency before 9/11. And so dismantling it, separating it apart, and making it like really more efficient so that we have, we can able to respond appropriately is one of the things I want to do. And then we need to unrig the economy. So we need to be taxing our billionaires. We need to be able to make sure that working families, are able to make a living. And that means, passing the PRO Act, getting, better union paying jobs for our people, and making sure that this oligarchy that's been building up over the last few years, doesn't take control, and that we are actually, working for the constituents and not for profit.
It's great. You have 2 more.
I have 2 more. I
Yeah.
unpacked it. So
well, you gave me 3.
Well, Medicare, foreign policy.
Uh-huh.
We got, abolish ICE, dismantle the DHS. That's 4. And then we have,
Okay.
fine. So let's say
Fine, I'll
universal
let you have
daycare. Universal is part of affordability, and, tuition-free public college.
Okay. Fair. All right. This is going to be a somewhat more contentious one that I doubt you've ever been asked before. You've talked about rolling back the dismantling of agencies, some of which I am obviously in support of in the federal government, one of which is the USAID, which I find to be a little bit more contentious. I think it does a lot of good, but also USAID functions in certain instances as a way to destabilize countries, sometimes for soft power initiatives, which is largely good. Sometimes it's for undermining the domestic economy of the country that that we have some sort of foreign policy interest in. How do you plan on ensuring that the organization, USAID, will be rebuilt in a manner that does not push for regime change around the world like it has in the past in places like Afghanistan, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua?
Well, I was actually in Gaza last year, and in February when USAID was stopped and dismantled, and I saw the impacts of it in 24 hours. We had field hospitals that were being funded that had to discharge patients and let the physicians that they were hiring go, and so it had a real impact on people's lives.
Yeah.
Now, whether we should be using it as a tool to destabilize countries really goes against the spirit of the organization altogether. We need to have oversight on why we're actually doing it. USAID should be to aid and to create friends and, promote like relations for the United States. It has done more for U.S. security than I think our Department of War has done over, the last, 70 years, because it's created friends. People look up to the United States and said, they're the ones bringing the food. I remember being in Sudan and seeing bags of, rice and flour that were labeled USAID. So that had an impact for security, for friendliness, and creating a stable order. So how do we ensure it? I mean, we just have to have oversight. And, in the end, I think we just have to overhaul how we look at foreign policy altogether, whether we're carrying a stick or we want to, carry a carrot. And I think the carrot is the way to go.
Okay. I like that. All right. Rapid fire. We're going to do a rapid round. All right. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Absolutely.
Taxing billionaires?
Yes.
Canceling student loan debt?
Yes.
Canceling medical debt via the Medical Debt Cancellation Act?
I think that's very important. Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Implementing the Green New Deal?
Yes.
Ending aid to Israel?
Yes.
Ending America's war on Iran?
Yes.
Ending America's blockade on Cuba?
Yes.
Okay.
That was easy.
Yeah. nothing crazy
I didn't have to
there.
think about any of these.
Yeah. All right. Well, last question I have for you is this. There's a lot of people who are tuning in and hearing what you have to say. What do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people contribute to your campaign?
My convictions have not changed. I treat people as human beings every single day. I don't look at their skin color, their race, their religion. When someone is sick, I want to help them. And I think that our country is really sick right now. And I want to go in, never been in politics before other than voting and, supporting my candidates. And so I don't answer it to anyone except people. I'm not taking any corporate PACs. I'm not getting any APAC money. I don't think they're going to, volunteer it, but I am raising it from individuals because that's who we should be answering to. And when I go to Congress, I'm going to be answering to the people because I believe that we answer to a higher power. And at one point of time, I'm going to be asked if I did the right thing. And I need to be able to answer that with a straight face. And so if you believe that and you want to support me, I think you should check me out on hamwayfornj.com. This is not the hardest thing I've ever done. I think, I was at an awards dinner yesterday. There was a medical conference and I got recognized for going to Gaza. And afterwards, I had a lot of people come and speak to me and say, thank you very much. You were very brave. And they weren't talking about brave for going to Gaza. Is that because I was speaking up? And, that kind of took me back, is like, speaking up is the easy part. Everyone could do that. All you need to do is just stand up and have a voice. And we could do that together. I'm going to do that in Congress. It's not like bombs falling around me. And, you could count on me for that.
What are some, this is a great final statement, but if we're talking about this sincerely, what are some of the biggest hurdles you need to climb in order to win this race? It's
Telling people who I am. Everyone's used to the same old politics and politicians. I'm not that. I need people to know that I'm sincere. What I've done in the past and understanding my convictions, that I'm not answering to party lines. I'm not answering to, any interests other than I really want to make this world better. And I believe in this country and I want to make this country better.
What do you need? Like door knockers, phone bankers? What are some areas of need for your campaign right now?
So we have a good grassroots campaigns, but we need more people to knock on doors. If you're in New Jersey or close by, we have canvassing like every weekend and now doing some weeknights. Phone bankers all over the country, and donations. So, $5, $10 or more if you could donate. Again, go to hamwayfornj.com. This is how we get our message out.
We have a donation link in the chat that people have been spamming and a volunteer link as well. So if you guys want to get active, if you don't need to be in Dr. Hamawi's district to participate, you can volunteer for the campaign and phone bank from anywhere. and you can donate from anywhere, unless you're outside of the United States of America, in which case you can't donate. That's not legal. But yeah. Well, Dr. Maui, thank you so much for coming on. This was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you very much
for all of the work that you've done all around the world, and hopefully we'll see you in Congress.
I hope so too. June 2nd, if you're in the district, please vote. And I'll talk to you after that, hopefully, and we'll talk about the next steps.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Adam Hawawi, everybody.
Take care.
But I'm not ready to turn my back and invite Marjorie Taylor Greene to any table that I'm seated at.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, before she was a member, started chasing me around saying that my high school didn't happen, that I was a crisis actor, that I was paid by the government to do all these just horrible things that are completely false.
I'll be honest, I think what she did to you is abhorrent. She was a clown then, she's a clown now.
Since the topic is adopting...
Oh my God, they have a whole panel debate on the Marjorie Taylor Greene situation. Oh, here's the donut and the Celsius if you want it. Yeah, you forgot. All right. You kept the donuts for yourself? No, I didn't. I did not. Thank you, chat, for reminding me. Okay, I'm a W host. Scott Jennings with a sense of honor all of a sudden? Yeah. Yeah, you know what his job is. He's Mr. Dishonorable. I know these interviews are not your favorite, but having candidates like Hamawi on isn't just an opportunity for platforming and fundraising. It's really something that fuels the revolutionary optimism that we all need in these dark times. Many thanks. Yeah. No, he's dope. His background is incredible. We had to do it, right? He's in LA. You were eyeballing those donuts? Okay, calm down. You wish he forgot so you could snack? Okay, bro, I don't like this. Okay. You can donate out of state, of course. Yeah. Tell candidates to set up donation goals like Oliver did when they come on stream and it incentivizes donating. True. We should tell him that ahead of time. Adam is going to mock you by getting the doctor on after you. Nah, he's not like that. He doesn't live that lifestyle, okay? That's only me, Mr. Undemocratic Party, Mr. Hater of the Democratic Party, who is now a much bigger problem to the Democrats, it seems, once he started getting even more direct and more active with promoting certain kinds of candidates, more responsive candidates that actually care about implementing Medicare for all. All of a sudden, it's a much larger issue, Yeah. Bro, what the fuck are you doing in this post? Oh, I know exactly what this post is. Yeah, bro. What do you think I'm doing? I'm eyeballing the delicious food. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
The kooks that defected from MAGA and now are considering the Democratic Party. I just would warn the Democratic Party because, to Scott's point, these are conspiracy theorists who believe that there's a Jewish cabal controlling.
I can't believe you didn't inform Dr. Hamawi you were a doctor too. Oh, Dr. Jihad? Yeah, I don't want to cook him, okay?
The country, pulling the puppet strings, and that are going to destroy America.
Tonight, Ilhan Omar is applauding MAGA stars Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene for breaking with Donald Trump and expressing their buyer's remorse.
The thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
So if somebody is ready to take that step and at least talk to us and maybe do something differently, the message cannot be, I told you so. The message has to be, welcome aboard. What else can we do together?
Ilhan Omar is saying, give them credit. Pete Buttigieg is saying, let's hold hands and say, what can we do together? Do you think that's the right move?
So look, I have to address something first, which is that when I was, I've had a personal interaction with Marjorie Taylor Greene. When I was 18 after my high school, when I was lobbying members of Congress.
True. Oh my God. She chased him. Oh my God. Marjorie Taylor Greene is such a psycho, dude. She is such a psycho. And the thing that annoys me is that she hasn't really come on board with anything other than she has been able to communicate more effectively as both a member of Congress and now outside of Congress on the issue of Israel, which is, I think, disastrous for the Democrats. Okay. It's a disaster that the Democrats are not able to speak with conviction on the issue of Israel, as well as like Marjorie Taylor Greene has. But like the thing that really frustrates me about this shit is that, like, not frustrates me necessarily. And yeah, she used to call heads Ilhan Omar both sides of the aisle. She is an anti-Semitic, hate America, ungrateful refugee who married his brother and broke the law to get him into the country. Pelosi's protection of Omar is making her look bad, and America should send Omar back. Like, this is the type of shit where I'm like, I mean, I'm not Mr., rehabilitate people's image, but I'm also not Mr., your past positions are the only thing I care about, right? And she used to love Israel too, yeah. Which is really funny because, you know what's really funny about this? When she used to love Israel, she was anti-Semitic. Now, she don't love Israel no more. But now it's a big problem. You know what I mean? Well, I guess she did hit like the maximum anti-Semitism position even when she did love Israel, that like they had to make her do a book report on a fascinating predicament. She was an insider for many years, though, so she could be valuable. That's why she stopped. The book report worked. Yeah, the book report worked so well that she went from it was Jewish space lasers that did the wildfires to it was Chinese space lasers that did the wildfires. Okay, you have to admit that it's a bit hypocritical of Dems to suddenly be like, now we want Republicans in the tent. Like, what's the difference between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Liz Cheney? The difference is Liz Cheney was a pro-war Republican with no constituency, no real constituency, whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene is she's presenting herself as an anti-war Republican who's fallen out of favor after being a MAGA insider, right? So the hope is, and I'm not so certain this gamble will work, but the hope is that having a former MAGA loyalist come on board is a way to like pull by force some of her constituents that voted for her not that long ago. Now, knowing what I know about MAGA, I just don't think that's going to happen, but who knows, Does that make sense? Because I'm not so on board. A lot of people look at this stuff. They love welcoming Tucker Carlson. They love Marjorie Taylor Greene. They say, like, this is great. And I love Ilhan Omar. Okay? A lot more than I love most of Congress. I don't know if this is going to be a successful method, but I also don't personally have the same, like, oh, we can't do this at all attitude that people have. The difference is very simple, says Kate Willett. Ilhan is praising MTG for not liking Trump anymore. Cool. Harris made a bid to neocons like Cheney by promising to have the most lethal military on earth and then lost the election because people were already tired of the not cool. I also don't give a shit about like hypocrisy arguments in general. I'm not like, yeah, the opposition doesn't care. I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't give a, oh no, it's hypocritical. Who cares? That shit's for the birds. Okay. That only works if you're willing to entertain it. And if your opposition does not entertain it, then it's not happening. But what I will say is this, as someone who does believe in rehabilitation, for average people, for regular folks, for ordinary people, that, is a lot more critical of professional propagandists like Tucker Carlson or Charlie Kirk or any of those other people, or even the, most significant version of that, which is politicians. You're going to have to do a little bit more than just saying Israel's bad and doing a genocide for me to come on board. There have been instances of people who have changed their minds. Peter Dow, right? Famously a phalangist, famously a diehard Fedayeen for Hillary Rodham Clinton. Peter Dow spent many, many years trying to atone for his former sins, sins of the past. Now Peter Dow is legit. I don't think a single damn person would be like, Peter Dow is not, legitimately invested in this cause, right? He's become Chairman Dow. So Peter Beinar is another example on the issue of Israel. Like, there are plenty of people who you might not know their past, who have become people that you appreciate the commentary of, appreciate the perspective of. who have, changed their perspective. And I do appreciate that. Even with Tucker, even with Marjorie Taylor Greene, I care about like who they are as a person now. Is that a real change? Is that a real change? Or is it just a change on one issue? Right? That's it. Because if you still carry on a lot of the same attitudes on all the other policy positions that you have, that you haven't like flipped on, your attitude towards migrants, or if your anti-war narrative, in the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene, used to just be, why are we spending money on bad wars? We should spend it on bombing Mexico. If that's still your attitude, then it's clearly not a real change, a real consequential change. It's a change on perhaps one of the most significant issues. Sure, great. But if that hasn't like rewritten your worldview, warped your perspective, then what are we doing here, right?
Fellow activists in March for Our Lives, Marjorie Taylor Greene, before she was a member, started chasing me around saying that the shooting at my high school didn't happen, that I was a crisis actor, that I was paid by the government.
Imagine 2 years ago when 80% of the country mindlessly supported Israel, and then as people changed their minds about it, we said, no, you should have changed your mind sooner. We do not accept you. Would that have helped us get to where we are? It's unfortunate that in order to grow the correct position, you have to accept people who were formerly wrong about the position. It's just math. Oh, no, I agree. Well, those are regular folks, though. Those are ordinary folks, right? And I'm also very open-minded to people who do change their minds on this position a lot more than most people in this chat. Ironically enough, half of the fucking chat also did not have this position pre-October 7, and it took a long time for them to get there. I'm always going to be open-minded to people, and I'm always going to welcome people's. I'm always going to welcome the change that people represent.
To do all these just horrible things that are completely false. And at the same time, what those conversations that they're talking about,
I am not giving them the reins of power anytime soon, though, if that makes sense.
Remind me of is my own evolution as an activist. In terms of when I was in college, I didn't go to college to just be surrounded by a bunch of liberals necessarily. I know that's hard for you guys to believe, but it's true. That's why I joined the shooting club when I was in college. And as you can imagine, Scott, I was not very popular there. But it's important to talk to people who disagree with us, because ultimately, even though we're Democrats and Republicans, we have to find what little overlap there is that we can move forward on. And look, we can speculate all we want on her intentions and why she's doing this ultimately. But from my perspective, I'm willing to take that first step and have that conversation with her. And I would challenge her to this too.
We can welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene within our borders, but she must assimilate to our culture. Isn't that what she believes? Yes. I like that.
She wants to come on your show and talk to me directly about why she's changed her mind. I'm happy to do that and have that conversation. And I would challenge her to do that and prove to us why she actually is authentic and changing, and that this is not just another opportunistic political opportunity like it was when she chased me after the shooting at my high school. But I'm willing to give her a small chance to have that conversation. But it's important to note, too, this is not just a Marjorie Taylor Greene phenomenon. Yeah. We're seeing Tucker Carlson. We're seeing people across the board defect increasingly from Trump.
Okay. What do all those people have in? What do all those people have in common, by the way?
Trump.
Oh, Scott Jennings is gonna be like, oh, they're all haters of Israel, which is the most glorious nation of all time. Yeah. They're Jew haters. They're Jew haters. Okay, Scott. Okay, buddy.
What is it they all have in common?
And now he doesn't.
When I hear Ilhan Omar, you know what I hear? How do you do, fellow anti-Semites? That's what I hear.
I hate him so much. Oh my God. I would much prefer Marjorie Taylor Greene to Scott Jennings. I can't believe I'm saying it, but fuck it. I'm saying it. You know what I hate about these motherfuckers? Okay. And this is like the Randy Fine to Nick Fuentes dichotomy. Okay. Randy Fine and Nick Fuentes agree on every issue, okay? Every single issue except for Israel, where Nick Fuentes is somehow, for anti-Semitic reasons, on the correct side of the Israel issue as opposed to Randy Fine, who was on the wrong side of that issue. So, like, these people are so unbelievably evil on a regular basis with every single thing that they believe and every single thing that they say, that like some of these other psychos are able to somehow squeeze out like a marginal W there. It's unfucking believable. Oh güzel. Sağ ol. Sağ ol. Bana sosları da verir misin? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Because, like, if Randy Fine had, like, one normal bone in his body, right? If he had, like, one redeemable quality to him, I would say, okay, at least he has something against Nick Fuentes. But they agree on everything. They agree on migrants. They agree on capitalism. They agree on private healthcare. They agree on letting the poor die. The only thing that they don't agree on is Israel. And it's like Randy Fine is a Nazi in every fucking way, shape, and form. Hayır baba, bu üstteki ne ya? O değil, üsttekini at çöpe. Evet, istemiyorum. Evet. Hayır. So, like, Scott Jennings is over here talking shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? What is he talking shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene on? He was pro Marjorie Taylor Greene every step of the fucking way. And the only reason why he's no longer pro Marjorie Taylor Greene is because she's anti-Israel and anti-Trump. Okay. Well, those are good positions for her to have. Those are morally correct positions for her to have. So that's like the type of shit that that blows my mind a little bit. Chewing so loud. Buddy, I haven't even started eating yet. What the fuck are you talking about? Chewing so loud. Are you preemptively talking shit? Are you preemptively complaining? Motherfucker pre-typed this complaint. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
this is about Israel. There is a thread here, and it's so transparently obvious. And I'll be honest, I think what she did to you is abhorrent. She was a clown then. She's a clown now. This entire thing for her is political. Trump didn't want to back her in a statewide race in Georgia, and she's a conspiracy theorist then, and she's a conspiracy theorist now. And I would caution you. I would caution you.
I don't think Joe Rogan's an anti-Semite. I don't think Andrew Schultz is an anti-Semite. I don't think Eric Erickson is an anti-Semite.
No.
I think there's a lot of people around the country whose names we don't know who were
We're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, what do all of them have in common?
Even if you say that the only thing that is important about those three individuals in particular is that they're anti-Semitic, what does it say about the president that he was totally fine with them 6 months ago?
Well, and they were totally fine with him.
What does it say?
Look, he attracted a lot of people, and some of the people that he attracted, like, that have those views, I completely and totally disagree with. And he has been quite clear about his views on these issues, and he has led the party. And that's frankly one of the reasons they're not in it anymore.
He spoke on the phone with Tucker Carlson about 6 weeks ago.
What did he say? What did he say about him last week?
But why? I mean, look, you're arguing to me that they are repulsive people who are anti-Semitic. The president of the United States is on the phone with them, and
he disavowed them last week.
I'm just saying.
Because they spoke out against the Iran war, dummy.
Because I think it's important. I mean, is there a way to work with a Marjorie Taylor Greene, or I mean, Candace Owens? Candace Owens, really? Is that really what Democrats are going to be doing?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and others are responsible for creating the personality that we are dealing with in the White House today and all of the issues that come along. I believe the best indicator of future performance is to look at past performance. Marjorie Taylor Greene hasn't had any great Jesus moment. We've been talking a lot about him. Let me bring him to the table. She hasn't had some great Jesus moment. This is all about her. What attention would Marjorie Taylor Greene be getting today if she had not turned so fully against the president? I'm not a believer. Now, for Ilhan Omar, thank you. I believe she has the best intentions, but I'm not ready to turn my back and invite Marjorie Taylor Greene to any table that I'm seated at.
Let's remember what the issue was that drove a wedge between Donald Trump and some of his biggest supportive Republican women, like Nancy Mace, like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it was the Epstein files. And as much as I disagree with them, some of them are still in Congress on so many things, I do give them credit for not having bent the knee when he brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room and tried to bully her into not voting for the release of the files. Now, what I would say to Ilhan Omar, what I would say to Pete Buttigieg, as somebody who broke with my party in 2015, the minute the guy came down the escalator and started talking about Mexicans and immigrants, is that it is hard. Pete Buttigieg is right. When you've been part of a party your entire life, when your circles, your social circles, your family circles, your professional circles are made up in that party, it is very hard to make that break. But I don't think Democrats have to say, come in, the water is warm, because it is a personal decision. It is not one that is led by people being your cheerleaders. You do it because you feel uncomfortable with the guy who's leading the party, not because you have a cheering section telling you to jump into the pool.
And just quickly, I mean, the polling suggests that there is erosion, despite the, whatever the MAGA number that Trump likes to tout. White, non-college educated graduates, that's Trump's base. 63% supported him in 2025, February of last year. 49% support him now in April of 2026.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, the way that this war has been conducted is not universally popular among every single MAGA voter, among every single Republican. But since the topic is adopting the kooks that defected from MAGA and now are considering the Democratic Party, I just would warn the Democratic Party because, to Scott's point, I mean, these are conspiracy theorists who believe that there's a Jewish cabal controlling the country, pulling the puppet strings, and that are going to destroy America. So if that's the unholy alliance that
these
a lot of
crooks were
want
campaigning with Trump and for Trump all over the country.
They have not.
Yeah, notice how none of these columnists had a dang thing to say or a single dang issue with these people when they were dick riding Trump into oblivion. How interesting. Yeah, you fucking loved them 2 minutes ago. What happened? What happened? Suddenly no more love for these guys. It's just very interesting. I mean, if it's going to piss off the Republicans, then I'm all for it. I'll be honest. Like, I'm petty. I'm petty white. Okay? Call me petty white. The moment that I realize that this is pissing off the Republicans, I'm in. I'm like, fuck yeah. Okay, never mind. I take it back. It's great. I'm welcoming them with open fucking arms. Because you're still a Republican.
They were the poster child for
the same people.
I mean, conspiracy theorists.
There's also, I mean, we didn't even mention Megyn Kelly. I mean, but again,
like, I don't even fuck with these people. I don't even trust these people. Okay? But if it's pissing off the then okay. You know, fine. I'm no longer as resentful nor as skeptical.
For the 2024 election, she was in a closing argument campaign rally with President Trump. I mean, the idea that suddenly they're kooks and the Republican Party is happy to be rid of them is
Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor
That's
Greene
new.
barnstormed the country
Yes,
on
they
behalf
did.
of Donald
And it
Trump.
really also
They
kicked off after
created
the Epstein
this.
files,
Yeah.
to your point.
All right.
Okay, so I don't know. I feel like things always happen on a Friday. Big stories break on a Friday. And as I just mentioned with Chris, but in
Oh
case
yeah,
you haven't-
Kash Patel's losing his mind apparently. He's like drinking like a lush, which is very cool. Another cool guy.
seen it. There's an absolutely bonkers story that just posted tonight concerning, well, the clown car of people who make up Trump's cabinet. And I mean, this time it's really focused on FBI Director Kash Patel. And it's an explosive news story.
Another
in the Atlantic
DUI
that just
hire,
posted.
baby.
It cites
Let's go.
Dozens of FBI sources, which is a big deal. It's a lot of sources in this story detailing new allegations about Patel, including some sources who say Patel is frequently drunk on the job, regularly absent from work, and paranoid about getting fired. And there's quite an anecdote about that we're going to talk about. And I'm just going to read you a few of the key passages because I think that will tell you everything you need to know about this story. Here's one. Several officials told The Atlantic that Patel's drinking has been a recurring source of concern across the government. Early in his tenure, meetings and briefings had to be rescheduled for later in the day as a result of his alcohol-fueled nights. 6 current and former officials and others familiar with Patel's schedule told The Atlantic. As a sidebar, not normal. I've worked in 2 administrations. Again, back to the quote. On multiple occasions in the past year, members of his security detail had difficulty waking Patel because he was
What, you can't
seemingly
party?
intoxicated. This was Chris was just referencing.
Come on, you can't party a little bit? Really? That's what we're doing? Oh my God. A bunch of, what's the word? Is it, what's the term called? School marms? Oh, a bunch of freaking woke scolds, dude. What? Who? What, you can't be the FBI director and get hammered, dude? Bunch of goddamn snowflakes up in this bitch. Oh, hall monitors. Oh, I'm a freaking weenie. Let my man drink. Let Cash drink. Cash money, baby. Let him drink and then let him drive, actually. Let him drink and drive. I didn't realize that being the freaking director of the FBI meant you can't have fun. Okay? I didn't realize that the position dictated no fun as a part of the policy. Hello? Yeah, Spider Cash.
And that's according to information supplied to Justice Department and White House officials. A request for breaching equipment, normally used by SWAT and hostage rescue teams to quickly gain entry into buildings, was made last year because Patel had been unreachable behind locked doors, according to multiple people familiar with the request. Multiple officials also tell The Atlantic that Patel is deeply concerned that his job is in jeopardy. Well, that's understandable. In one incident earlier this month, Patel struggled to log into an internal computer system. He quickly became convinced that he had been locked out, and he panicked, frantically calling aides and allies to announce that he had been fired by the White House, according to 9 people familiar with his outreach. 9 people.
That's amazing.
Now, the access problem turned out to, quote, have been a technical error, and it was quickly resolved, and that's according to 2 people familiar with the matter. Now, I should note MS Now has not independently verified any of this reporting. We've reached out to the FBI for comment, and if we get a response over the next hour, I will surely let you know as soon as we get a response. But I should note the FBI responded to The Atlantic with a graceful and eloquent statement attributed to Patel, and here's what he said. Print it, all false. I'll see you in court. Bring your checkbook. Graceful, eloquent. Okay. Joining me now is the reporter who broke that story, staff writer for The Atlantic.
Shit. You know it's real, bro. You know that shit is real as if that's what he responded with.
Sarah Fitzpatrick.
Because he didn't say, I'll see you in Valhalla.
First of all, Sarah, I'm so grateful you could be here because we saw this story and we reached out and we were like, can you come talk to us about it? And here you are. I want to talk to you about all the details of this bombshell report. I just skimmed the story, the service there, I should say. But first,
also, bro, she got 9 sources. What the are you talking about? That's insane. It's not like one anonymous guy revealed this to the Atlantic. It's over at that point. What do you mean?
I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to this reaction to your piece, because Patel's advisor, Erica Knight, called your piece fabricated stories. She said that every serious DC reporter passed on. Sarah Fitzpatrick and Jeffrey Goldberg printed it anyway. Lawsuit is being filed. What do you say to that?
I say that I am a very careful, very diligent, award-winning investigative reporter.
Dog, you don't even need to say that. You can just say clearly everyone around this person absolutely hates, absolutely despises Kash Patel, because how are you going to get 9 agents? That means people hate his ass, bro.
Reporter with a history of award-winning work across multiple organizations. You and I, in fact, have worked together previously. I stand by every word of this reporting. We have excellent attorneys, and it is a surprising statement, but a very telling statement, I believe. And I would also note, we reached out for comment to the White House and to the Justice Department, neither of which disputed anything. We gave multiple opportunities, including 19 detailed questions. So we stand by every word. And look, this is telling, because there are so many people. You alluded to it earlier. These are not the types of people who are willing to speak out outside of the FBI, especially right now, because Kash Patel is going after people with polygraphs in a way that has never happened at the Bureau. So for it to be this level of alarm, this is people genuinely concerned that America is in danger as a result of this conduct. And I feel, a real responsibility to take care of that reporting incredibly carefully. And The Atlantic is nothing but diligent, and we have amazing lawyers and amazing editors, and I stand by every word.
I'm not surprised in any way by their response. I will say, and you, as you said, you note, and I noted 9 sources for the opening anecdote of the story as well. Let's get into some of the details about this, because Dog,
9 sources is a mutiny. What are we talking about? 2 is enough for confirmation. 9 means everyone in the agency is like, bro, what the f is this guy doing? Okay. 1 source, I'd be like, okay, who knows, right? 2 means it's confirmation time. 3 is you're solid, you're reliable. 9 means they were running around telling the janitor that we got to get this guy out of here. That means literally people in the FBI were running around being like, please help us. That's insane. Like, it's also so funny because Kash Patel is the one guy that is the least convincing man in America. As you guys know, I've talked about this quite a bit. He is like, this is the type of story that absolutely makes sense about Kash Patel because he's so demonstrably incompetent on camera too. It's not like this came as a surprise to you, right? It didn't come as a surprise to me. I didn't hear about the story and went, oh my God, not my Kash Patel. You know, I didn't go, wow, that's really alarming. I mean, he is such a consummate professional otherwise. Very shocking new revelation about Kash Patel. I mean, who else in this administration is supposedly living a dual life, a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation, right? No one is saying that. They're like, oh, that makes so much sense, actually.
Patel's excessive drinking seems to be what is alarming a lot of the sources in here. There are multiple anecdotes that refer to that. That's understandable. They're moving meetings. People couldn't wake him. What more have you heard about the extent of his drinking habits and how it seems to be affecting his ability to serve as FBI director?
I think the key point is that this is happening in places in which it is public. There are lots and lots of people around who are seeing it, who are hearing about it, who are learning about it. For example, we have video of Patel chugging a beer to excess on video. Like,
we've all seen it. Everybody's seen it. Yes.
And
oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, my God, that's right. He literally took the FBI PJ with his girlfriend to Italy to chug beers with the hockey team. Oh my God. I forgot. There's also video evidence of this kind of behavior on the job, mind you.
And I think it speaks to, he was on official travel at that time. There were ongoing threats in the United States at that time. So, it is a very, very clear pattern that has occurred in multiple locations over a long period of time. And it's that pattern which is giving everyone pause. These are not one-off events.
One of this, I just read.
Look at him. Bro, I'm sorry. Does this seem like the behavior of a guy who's a fucking alcoholic?
Pattern which is giving everyone pause. These are not one-off events.
One of this, I just read this story, but we have to come back to it because the excerpt I just read, just to remind people, a request for breaching equipment normally used by SWAT and hostage rescue teams to quickly gain entry into buildings was made last year because Patel had been unreachable behind locked doors, according to multiple people familiar with this request. I find that, I've traveled with
I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was illegal for dudes to rock. Yeah. God forbid men have hobbies. Yeah, this is the DEI HR. This is exactly why Kamala Harris lost. Classic. Yeah, I'm sorry. Legalize being cool, please.
Presidents, I've worked in the government, I've worked in the State Department. Shocking, really. People should feel shocked by that. This is not a 22-year-old who's irresponsible, who's on a trip and should be behaving better. This is the FBI director. Can you tell us more just about that scene or paint it for people who have not yet read your story?
I think the really most important thing here is that most national security officials at this caliber, or even several layers below, those types of people sleep with their phones on their chest. They are so concerned because they need to be reachable immediately because there are life or death decisions that have to be made quickly. They are made.
Yeah, but they don't got shit to do. Okay. Yeah, the war on men is real. Crash out Patel should not ever have to apologize for party rocking. Don't ever say sorry for party rocking, Crash. Yeah, legalize men, legalize being brolic, legalize throwing it back in the locker room after the Olympic hockey team wins. That's what he was doing. He was throwing his booty cheeks back too. That was also awesome. Don't do it. See? Sorry for party rocking. Don't do it. They're doing it already. This is what the Democrats want you to do. Okay? They want you to never see Brawlhalla. They don't want you to see it. Stop apologizing.
Threats in which they need to be moved quickly. And so this timing aspect, the ability to reach that person quickly and make sure that they are responsive. I think this is a request.
Check the Coachella group text at Cash Patel. We can't get into the Airbnb without your phone, dude. Dude, it is kind of wild that like this admin also brought all the freaks. And one of the funniest things that this admin has done with all of his freaks is they're all alcoholics. They're like, half of them are like rapist alcoholics. The other half are, I don't know. I feel like back in the day when you were in a high position like this, like you would have to hide that shit. You know, you wouldn't be doing it so much that 9 independent sources would confirm it, right? Wild.
That was not made lightly. And I think that's the fact that it was made and that it was well known, I think because of that level of concern, really tells you about, the kind of larger picture here. And look, you have the FBI is...
It's awesome. We really did go from DEI hires to DUI hires. Like, just, they were like, no, this is better.
You and I both know so many people that have given their lives to this organization. This is a place protecting...
Are still giving their lives, to be clear. Still in there.
Yes, and the threats have never been higher. The risks have never been higher. And so you have a group of people that have totally, like, the biggest fear would be that something could happen to this person. And I think they take that responsibility incredibly seriously. But that goes beyond the entire organization. You have an organization that is dependent on this person being available, being cogent, and being able to quickly respond to multiple things all at the same time.
It is pretty funny that Trump notoriously doesn't drink because his brother was an alcoholic and died to alcoholism. And Trump is unbelievably anti-alcohol, and he's surrounded himself with alcoholic rapists. That's so funny.
The opening anecdote of the story was incredibly striking for a number of reasons. I mean, because you described this freak out in which Patel was intoxicated. He thinks he was locked out of an FBI.
To be clear, he wasn't.
He was not in that
case.
Thank you for
correcting.
It just broke some. I'm trying to remember all the details of it. Thank you for correcting me there. But he thought he was locked out of an FBI computer system. He grew incredibly paranoid. Thought he was going to be fired. It turned out to be a technical issue. Talk about that level of paranoia, what that tells you, why it was important to kind of lead with that anecdote in the story.
The anecdote was just incredibly telling for a couple of reasons. One is that it set off such a panic within the FBI and within Washington. It set off a panic in Congress. The White House was fielding calls. I mean, there was a real lack of understanding about who was in charge at a given moment, which, as you know, as a former member of government, is an incredibly important who is in charge at a given moment.
Nah, clearly the FBI director is a fucking phony ass, Mickey Mouse ass position, considering Cash Patel's been doing a wonderful job at it. Let's be real. I can't think of the FBI being better received than it is now. Okay. Thank God they put a podcaster up in that bitch. That shit works so good. It's so goddamn good.
Moment. But I also think it speaks to character and impulsivity and the ability to, be in a stressful situation and think about what those next steps are. And I think it is also emblematic of other occasions that we have seen that are very public, in which information has been shared by the FBI director, which was not yet, that went beyond what the investigation was ready to make public at that time, and that later had to be walked back. And in multiple cases that we have seen, all very publicly reported, the fact that this has impacted the investigation, this has impacted their ability to pursue people that were potentially mass shooters or other things of that nature. So I think it was a very telling anecdote, but it's not unusual for those that are familiar with his behavior and his temperament.
Erratic is not what you want in that job. They need stability, and that's what you need in that job.
But also remember that, there's a bit of an irony here, which is that one of the major purposes within our legal system is that the FBI comes in often when you are in court and comes in and they are providing the information, swearing that it is fact under law. Like there's so much work that goes on into putting a fact into the public record in lawsuit. And so again, the jumping ahead of waiting for verification is just incredibly telling, because every other FBI employee, if they were to make that same mistake, would be fired.
Incredible. That's what they're taught through their whole careers, is to operate in that manner. Patel's been now in office for 14 months. He clearly is almost 14 months trying to hold on to this job. Why do you think he's still there?
It's interesting. I think that he has at times, a very close relationship with the president. And the president views the Justice Department as a means to go after his perceived political enemies and punish them, either by harassment, expensive legal suits, by firing them from jobs, believing that there are deep state people within the national security and the justice system. So I think that Patel has been very willing to take those requests, those orders that come directly from the president, and use the resources of the FBI to direct them towards those kinds of personal projects of the president. And that's really, really important here, because you only have so many people, you only have so much time, and you have to decide, as the FBI director, are you pulling people away from following a terrorist? Are you pulling people away from monitoring people who are abusing children? Are you pulling people away from other crimes that are really, really significant and have massive harm? And I spoke to so many officials who said to me, this is what I worry about at night. I cannot sleep at night because I'm worried that I may have pulled something away from somewhere and I've had to reorganize something, and people may be harmed as a result. And so I think that was the really sobering thing that stuck with me throughout this reporting, that I would want every American watching to really think about, because we are at a moment of unprecedented threats. That is not an overstatement. We have unprecedented threats. We have to make sure that our resources are used accordingly.
Sarah Fitzpatrick, this is a really incredible story. Everybody should read it just to understand who's running our government right now. Thank you so much for hustling your way over here and helping really give us more meat on the bones of the piece. Thank you again.
Thanks for having me.
Woke women, classic woke women. Chat, are women woke? Well, I guess now we have an answer. The answer is yes. Second question, if women are woke, what are they doing anywhere near a position of power, whether it be the CIA, FBI, or even in the media? Okay, this is the problem. They should have eradicated women from the media as well.
I did resent that.
Sarah Fitzpatrick, I spoke to 24 people familiar with Patel's conduct for this story, many of whom described it as a national security vulnerability. In response to 19 detailed questions, Patel said, print it, all false. I'll see you in court. Bring your checkbook. Wait, there's a Lego about Patel?
Patel! Crazy eyes!
They didn't just make this. No, these are Americans making Iranian-style Lego bangers now. There's 0% chance Iran is so fucking fast that they read the Atlantic and immediately came out with a video. No shot.
Let's go! Cash, cash, cash! Patel! Crazy eyes! Let's go! Cash Patel, crazy eyes, Epstein files, cover up lies, Trump name redacted, Congress stonewalled. Swore you drop him, but you crawled. Charlie Kirk shot, wrong guy in cuffs, we got him. Oops, total bust. Olympics hockey locker room champ, FBI jet to Milan, you absolute tramp. My side honeypot, girlfriend trap, Alexis Wilkins, Israel clap back. Iran hacks your Gmail, pics go viral, family shots and hockey spiral. Drinking blackouts, paranoid freakouts. Am I fired? Meltdowns, what a leak out. Purging the pros, installing the bros, private jets for the shows. Everybody knows we didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire.
You know what's really important about this? First of all, it's definitely noticeably lower quality, so it's not the Lego guy. However, the style of music that they're making might not be appealing to some of you, but this is exactly the kind of like coworker music. Like they have somehow dialed in on exactly what American coworkers in the heartland enjoy sincerely. I don't know if they just like were spiritually the same and they thought it was awesome. I don't know if it's because it's just like Suno AI and that's like what it was trained on. But this is like Tom McDonald rap. And there's a market for it. It's not you. None of you elite bi-coastal libtards are ever going to understand the beauties of Tom McDonald. But like clearly in the countryside, this kind of normie core slop has a lot of impact. So I think that they've just, maybe by sheer stroke of accident, luck, whatever you want to call it, we're able to hit a frequency like a dog whistle that like your coworkers will enjoy. You know, Imagine Dragons, like that type of shit.
The whole bureau's burning. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't start the fire, but cash. You're the one who's torching the whole damn thing. Atlantic expose, drunken MIA, misbriefings.
Oh my God, there's like Atlantic expose. No, this is not Iran. This is way too fast, bro. This is way too fast. How dare you, bro? Imagine Dragons is chill. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. 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 I'm taking fire from my music taste. I'm taking friendly fire from my music taste. This is what I mean. This is like a real American patriot in the chat, okay?
Hangover day, paranoid rant, IT glitch freak. Wake me up, the bureau's weak. Five Eye Summit, diva demands, jet skis and soccer, ally slam, taxpayer right for your Nashville gig, swat for the singer, what a rig! Fake gold medal beer with the team, see you in Valhalla dream. Selfie signing, small man flex, loyalty dance, competence wrecked, Epstein still sealed, names concealed, Iran got your ghost, your covers peeled. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. But when you're done, cash, the whole bureau's burning. Cash is burning down the FBI. Crazy eyes, crazy lies.
Please help me understand. How are we watching a Lego video shitting on the US FBI director? My brain cannot cope with reality. Okay. How about your brain coping with the reality that the current FBI director is not only drunk all the fucking time, but is a literal and the only reason why he's currently the FBI director is because he wrote a child's book about the president being an almighty powerful king. A child's book that he also put himself in as well. That's literally the only qualification for why Kash Patel is currently the FBI director. He has no background in this whatsoever, dude. This is the only reality that we exist in, unfortunately, where the actual events that have unfolded are infinitely more insane than like someone turning this into a piece of satire, a piece of biting critique. I don't know, man. MS Now.
Or with these very clever,
they're winning the propaganda war. They're admitting it. They're admitting it. They're waving the flag of defeat, dude, which is the Israeli flag.
very clever, very compelling videos that go right to the heart of some of the weaknesses of the arguments being made by the Trump administration. They make fun of Donald Trump for the Jesus post, for some of the wild things that he said. They use British rap lyrics. It's in English. They're very clever. By one count, they've racked up more than 1 billion views on X alone. And look, a lot of the extreme things that Donald Trump...
YouTube banned them. YouTube literally... No, it's true. YouTube banned the original account. What? Joylessly singing along to this? A joyless theocracy produces wittier videos in the Trump administration. Joyless theocracy? Bitch, Iran is like... Iran is a representative of thousands of years of culture. The fuck do you mean a joyless theocracy? Iran has more brilliant filmmakers locked in prison than the MAGA has drunk rapists. And MAGA has a lot of drunk rapists, okay? It's ridiculous. Joyless theocracy? Fuck you mean joyless theocracy? Put some respect on it, dude. What the fuck? Joyless theocracy. Oh my God. This is just American audacity, okay? The audacity to be like, oh, there's just a joyless theocracy. Do you know how much art has come from Iran? Are you fucking insane? Yeah, the Americans be like, they don't have the NFL or pickup trucks, so they make no cultural output. Yeah, this is the arrogance of empire, dude. What the fuck? Have you guys never seen like the Iranian bricklaying? They have their own like insane architecture, poetry, thousands of years of culture, ruthlessly bombing, by the way. That's the other side of it. We are the fucking donkeys of the world. We are the violent asshole that just breaks everything. And while we're breaking it, we're like, what could they have possibly made? Joylessly singing along to this. Epstein pedophile ruler. Oh my God.